got the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
¡Viva la México! We live from the boxing section, you dusty ass niggas. What's going on, man? We live from the boxing section, man. Forgive the late start, man. I had a lot of shit I had to do that I still didn't get done. But salute to everybody that's coming on in. Salute to my dog, Taylor Bell. Yeah, man, we here, man. We here. Barely here, but we here. Dude, it's hot as hell, dude. This has been the hard day to fucking do live streams in my house, bro. It's been hot as a motherfucker. And I gotta clean this shit up tomorrow because tomorrow is opening day. You know what I'm saying? For football, the season opener. I'm ready to go. I'm live, man. Look, we got Claressa Shields Saturday, football all day Sunday. So it's going down. Bro, I ain't gonna talk about the AC, bro. I'm not even gonna talk about this AC and this weak ass landlord. Yeah, man. I'm looking forward to that shit, dog. Man, I'm excited, man. If you're not excited about football, I don't know what to tell you. I'm looking forward to going to the game next week. Blue Blood supposed to be out here, so we're gonna link up for that game for the home opener. So that's gonna be fucking dope. And then here it goes. You know what I'm saying? We play the Chicago Bears, so we should probably should put foot to them. So that should be a good win for Trey, an easy win for Trey Lance. So I'm hoping. You feel me? So I'm hoping. Yeah, man. Let's put the schedule up then. Let's put the schedule up. We got a hell of a game. You know what I'm saying? The opening game, to open up the week. It's a hell of a game. So let's get it started. Let's get it started. Go through these games real quick, man. Just did a couple fantasy football league drafts today with my last minute ass. But hey, we know who playing and who ain't playing. So that's that. Isaiah Felix. What's going on, big dog? How you feeling, man? Are you a Kansas City Chiefs fan? Right. Week 1. God damn it. Y'all see that? All this other shit don't matter. The only thing that matters is this right here. All them tickets and shit, that shit don't matter. Only thing that matters is this right here. All right, this the only thing that matters. God damn it! All right, this the only thing that matters. This game right here, dog. I ain't gonna lie, dude. Super excited. They giving us something tough right off the bat. We get some good shit off the bat. Oh, absolutely. We got Claressa Shields Saturday, whooping ass, and then we got football. So let's say this: we got football tomorrow, right? Kicking off, and then we got the weigh-in, and then we got Claressa Shields, and then we got some more football. So this is a hell of a week. And I'm excited about it. So New Orleans versus Atlanta. in season. In division rivalry. Okay, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, same shit. All right. Then you got Philly versus Detroit, New England versus Miami. That should be a good one. Baltimore versus the Jets, Jacksonville versus Washington. Boo. Yeah, I mean they could have did this better. Cleveland versus this. I want to see this game. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna make sure I get the pass to see this motherfucker. Yes, sir. You got Colts, Texans, Giants, Titans. I know. OG can't wait to see them boys get busy. Green Bay, Minnesota, Kansas City, Arizona. Let's go, Kansas City. Vegas, Chargers. Ooh, that's gonna be a good one. Tampa, Dallas was the late game. I ain't mad at that. Then you got let's get it. So we got two quarterbacks playing their old team in the first week of the NFL. Let's go week 2. Just because I'm feeling frisky. You know what I mean? Because I'm feeling frisky. Week 2 it is. All right. Thursday matchup. Chargers, Kansas City. Damn, they not fucking around. The first 2 weeks is fucking crazy. They ain't fucking around. Oh, then they give you the Jets in Cleveland. Ugh. Yuck. Washington, Detroit. Yuck. Tampa Bay, New Orleans might be a good one. Carolina, New York. Blah. New England, Pittsburgh. All right. Colts, Jacksonville. Okay. Miami, Baltimore. We'll see how Miami gets busy. LB Slugger, man. Salute to you, my brother. Appreciate you, man. Ha. Okay. All right. I'm going to pull it up because it's a super chat. Goddamn. Okay. All right. And then finally get to beat Seattle's ass because ain't no fucking Russell Wilson. God damn it. Thank God for that. Atlanta, LA. Cincinnati Cowboys. All right. Houston, Denver, Arizona, Vegas, Chicago, Green Bay. All right. Let me see how they're gonna do week 3. They gotta bounce back from week 3. Because week two was lackluster, right? Week 2 was lackluster as hell. So we need week 3. See what they got going for week 3. You know what I mean? Because week 2 was lackluster as hell. All right. See, this is one of them games. It don't mean nothing to a lot of us, but if you in these areas, these 2 teams been going at it for years. All right, Houston, Chicago, Vegas, Tennessee. All right. Ooh, Kansas City. Okay, Colts, Buffalo, Miami. Okay, Detroit, Minnesota, Baltimore, New England. Okay, Cincinnati, Jets, Philly, Washington, New Orleans. Okay, so it's a bunch of divisional opponents. Okay, Jacksonville, Chargers, Rams, Arizona, Atlanta, Seattle, Green Bay, Tampa. Oh, hold up. Green Bay, Tampa, and then fuck. I thought we got rid of that motherfucker. I thought we got rid of facing that nigga, man. God damn, can't get rid of his ass. That's a late game though, so I ain't mad at that. I ain't too mad about that. It's a late game. And then the Jets. Oh, Giants versus Dallas. All right. Yes, I ain't too mad. Well, I gotta sit up straight with this super chat on my damn way. But salute to LV Slugger, man, for supporting the channel, man. Most definitely, man. That's what we do it for, man. That's what we do it for, man. But yeah, man, so I'm excited, man. I'm super duper excited, bro. I can't tell y'all enough about how excited I am. I wonder if did anybody get the notifications or y'all was just on YouTube chilling? Because sometimes the notifications go out and sometimes they don't. So I never know. So let me know. Did y'all get the notification or did y'all just so happen to be on y'all just so happen to be on Instagram? I mean YouTube. Dude, I ain't gonna lie, dude. It's fucking crazy. Yo! My dog. My motherfucking guy, man. Mark Nash, man. Get well soon, my boy. Y'all throw some prayers up to my guy, man. He just got out of surgery. And you know what I'm saying? He needs y'all prayers, man. He going through some pain. So y'all throw some prayers up to my boy Mark Nash, man. I appreciate you, big dog. Okay, cool. Cause sometimes they be acting funny, man. Sometimes they be acting funny, like they don't want to show a nigga no love. So, man, but shout out to Mark Nash. That motherfucker spent like 2 hours with me on what's like 2-3 weeks ago, bro, trying to how to grow my channel. So I always appreciate my boy. Look at him. Ben Israel. Matter of fact, let me put this link in the chat so y'all can hop on. Whoever want to hop on, y'all can hop on. I know Ben Israel crazy ass want to talk about something. Yeah, man. But get better though, bro. You know what I'm saying? How long you out of commission for? Go join the panel leaguers in the chat. Yeah, Mark, how long you out for though? Dude, it is hot as hell, bro. I've been drinking water all day. That shit don't even matter. I'm gonna be honest with y'all niggas, bro. I'm really finna turn this camera off, turn these lights out, and just be in the fucking dark. You know what I mean? Because it is fucking insane around this motherfucker. Okay. Yeah, not too bad. If she ain't got no dude, I can't get involved with you. If you ain't got no dude, I can't get involved with you. I'm a side nigga. Not your main thing, baby. I'm your side nigga. Not your main thing, baby. I'm the man on the side. Shout out to my motherfucking side nigga himself. God damn it.
That's what it is, and you're getting better, man. You're getting better. You're understanding what the job and the ideological ways of a side nigga is. You know.
Oh no, I'm a professional, nigga. I've been a side nigga my whole life, damn near.
Yeah, you ain't no side nigga now though. So you know, precursors for earlier times don't work right now. It gives you experience. It gives you experience, but life is different out here for a side nigga nowadays. Trust me.
Shit, it's a lot easier.
Crazy.
It's a whole lot fun now.
They crazy, man.
It's more fun now because now you ain't gotta work as hard.
I mean, it's still a job. That's what I thought too. It's a job. I just got to arguing again this evening.
How the hell you a side nigga arguing?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They crazy. They want to be number one. You can't be number one in my life. You got to get in where you fit in. I don't want to be number one in your life.
You gotta tell him, bitch, you don't fit.
I must have quit because she didn't. This chick don't have a dude, so I'm about to go and drop her. For real.
Oh, you should have known better.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know I wanted to be a side nigga at the time when I started meeting her acquaintance. But
hey, shout out to the boxing section, man. I'm Googleable.
But yeah, now that I know that side niggas what I do and what fits me best, man. This guy here, I don't know, man.
Hey, if y'all put in the boxing section on Google, we got a whole page. Shout out to y'all niggas, man. Shout out to y'all niggas for making that possible, man. I am now Googleable, nigga. Google me, motherfucker. That's my new shit now. Google me, motherfucker. God damn it.
Google me, baby. Yeah, man. Hey, did you go to Ohio?
No, I ain't had the money, man.
I know the fights was on pay-per-view because
yeah, it cost too much to get out there, man. You know, I've been trying to get out there.
Yeah. No, can't nobody question that. But yeah, man. I'll be on the road when Clarissa them fight this weekend. So I might tell my little sweetheart to take the wheel while I, watch the boxing. Nah, I mean.
Listen, man, it's opening. It's opening week, man. It's the opener for football, dog. I'm excited. Then we got Clarissa Shields all in the same week. You can't beat it. And I gotta clean up my fucking man cave and shit.
I'm assuming they fighting.
Man, she's an Olympian, man. That pedigree is serious, man. It's an Olympian.
Who are you talking about?
Best Jesus.
Yo. Good with it.
My brother,
look.
man?
When y'all type in the boxing section, man, check this out. Nothing else comes up but us.
Yeah,
we go to page 2. Let's see what page 2. We back at it, goddammit.
I'm putting that work in.
When you have a name distinguishable from the rest, that's what happens. A name and content.
Look at all the chronicles and shit.
Putting that work in.
Ladies and gentlemen, those are organic listings, not paid listings. There's a difference.
Shout out to the boxing section, goddammit. That's
all I used to do when I was in the car business. I made sure I build those web pages up for the dealerships I represented. I made sure that on Google we had organic listings. Them paid listings, you get some awareness and you probably get some leads out of them, but you're paying for them. When you're up at the top organically, you don't have to pay for those leads. It's just clean money at that point. You dig?
At the top is
that's what I specialize in. Optimization. That's what I specialize in. You understand? I had to do it. I had to make my money the hard way. I had to earn it, as they say. My wife didn't want to give me a budget big enough so I can just pay for some listings. No, I had to earn it.
That's a fact.
Put the advertising on autopilot. Once I built it up, didn't even have to work hard on that part anymore. Reap the benefits of that.
Yeah, that's better. Anyway, because it's authentic.
Authentic. Is this authentic?
Authentic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what it do, my brother Pews?
I'm good. Chilling. I was on Tay Young show earlier.
Yeah, he was in an accident, man.
Yeah. He said he was in a bad accident. So I'm glad he all right, man.
Yeah, he got his head got opened up too
Damn.
in the
He said he
top,
was real
man.
fortunate to survive that shit.
He was what now?
He said he was very fortunate to survive it, man. He said he was bad.
Yeah, he
Like,
was. And what I saw, yeah, man. I meant to send a shout out to him last night. So I don't forget, let's shout out to Tay Jones, man. You're in our prayers, brother. Man, it really touched me when I saw that, man. I don't have his phone number when they contact. I probably wouldn't have called him anyway under the
Tay
circumstances.
Jones. Hey, listen,
But,
y'all.
yeah.
Hey, we
shout out to Tay
gotta send a special shout out and get well soon to my dog Tay Jones, man. I
Absolutely.
didn't,
no doubt.
you know what I'm saying? I ain't want to call him because I know 1,000 people call him and shit. He trying to heal up and shit like
man.
that. But
Yeah.
he was on Drew Titan today, so my man doing well.
Oh, was it?
Shout out to my boy Tay Jones, man. Get well soon, big dog. You know
Yes,
we love
sir,
you
man.
out on
No
this
doubt.
mother.
Come on back, bro. Hey,
Yeah, he was
God,
on tonight.
man.
Yeah, he was on
And,
tonight.
stay up, bro. And look here, we got you in our prayers, man. I mean, you're real dude. We got love for you. And man, I wish I had some time, man. Knew where your spot was. I ride down on you, man. Pay your personal visit, my brother. But I know you're in good hands. And you know, just man, sorry for your situation, man, because I don't wish that on anyone. I'm driving every day, so I definitely understand, you know. But anyway, yeah, shout out to you.
All right, y'all, hold on real quick. We got a legend coming in here.
Elijah Muhammad Ali looks like a butterfly and stings like a bee.
Just thinking about spending another minute with Farrah.
My man, 100 grand, Mr. Michael Fuller in the house tonight. God damn it.
What's up, Mike?
Boy, you won a game. Hey, what's going on?
Hey,
you know
Mike.
what, Mike?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Me and Mike was tearing his ass up today. What we, Mike?
Well, I mean, a lot of things I didn't want to say to him. A lot of things I didn't want to say to him. I spared him a lot. So, yeah.
Who did y'all get at?
It was just sad, man. It was sad listening to
this dude talking about, he said, fuck our history. I'm like, man, what?
Oh wow.
Yeah, it wasn't. The brother. I'm going to just summarize his stance as being extremely ignorant.
That's what I was about to say. It sounds like ignorance.
Yeah, extremely ignorant and a coon mixed up all together. But the white guy that was talking, he's in line with a lot of traditional strategies that people who dominate based on race and privilege.
Privilege and opportunities, huh?
Yeah, that strategy is deception, because he act like he didn't know a lot, and when he referenced history, it was always revisionist history where he leaves out any real culpability for whites and the things that were done to the Native Americans and black people in this country. He kind of leaves the culpability out, left that out. So he's same thing, man. It's same old. You're not going to get anything other than that deceptive approach to reasoning. So it was sad listening to that. And there's some things that was barbershop conversations.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, earlier tonight. Yeah, that was a trip. I mean, it was sad. I don't even really like talking to people that are not part of this black experience when it comes to historical facts, because they're not going to have any real empathy or experience with the things that we have to go through. So they're not even
817.
Even if they could
what's going on,
understand,
fellas? My bad for cutting you off.
even if they could understand, they don't want to. So most do not want to. So that's the thing you got to keep in mind. So But it was sad listening to the guy. Both of them actually. The white guy it was kind of sad listening to him because one of the things you realize is that there's never going to be any real empathizing there. They're not going to really ever see things the way we see it or understand the way we
the white guy. I was less frustrated with the white guy than I was the black dude though.
Yeah, because you expect. Yeah, it's about expectations. I don't expect him to really. He basically just he basically went back and referenced historical events and told the same lies that we've been told our whole lives, like Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves and we fought a whole civil war over slavery, and everyone with common sense and has any type of knowledge understands that. And Lincoln said himself, if he was able to keep slavery and also keep the Union united where the South didn't succeed, he would have kept slavery. He said that. He said slavery. The only reason that he stopped or abolished slavery because that was the only way he could keep the South from succeeding from the Union. And what really meant was that's the only way that he could keep them fellow tax dollars rolling in from the South. And but he gives us the role that Lincoln out of the goodness of his heart,
honest Abe can eat a fuck him.
Yeah, so that was and a lot of the different things he referenced as far as history was along the same traditional lies that we've been told.
His was all ignorance though. But for the nigga to come out there and say, I don't care about the history, I'm like, what? I said, the fuck you talking about? Like me and Mike Fuller, we argue about like the whole racism shit. We argue about that shit all the time. The point that I be saying is know your history, but don't let it define you. Look at it, move forward, bust your ass, get off your ass and go do some shit. That motherfucker made it seem like the slavery was nothing. Like we had the easiest slavery there was. I said, dog, we had the worst type of slavery, bro. And I'm asking all these like O'Brien, O'Malley, O'Reilly, what are those names, best pugilists?
Oh, those Orion. Oh, when you see somebody with those names, those Irish names, it's European Irish names. Those are former slaves, your owners and people like that. Names. It's not native names. Whether you taking the perspective, but like I said, they did an excellent job. Our capital has done an excellent job. That's not going to be realized until this whole system is changed differently. Like how good a job they did in just changing a whole people mindset, the people that they conquered and their people. Like, so you have multiple events that took place, both with the natives, because I think that shit is really always a bit more diminished in the black community. Is the native black shit, the native black shit.
Yeah, you
understand? That's like I told you, like you've heard me say this before. I was like in my family, I've heard that shit since I was fucking knee high, particularly on my mom's side. And then you got the blacks that was kidnapped and brought over here as well. So when you see blacks with names like any of those, like you just said, those Irish names and shit like that, clearly, those names were imposed on those people.
Oh, no question.
Through chattel slavery. It's just simple as that. This shit ain't rocket science. Right. So, it's just they did a great job at this shit, man. And imposing what they did. So I was just explaining this earlier to my lady and some friends of hers, like the late great Dr. John Henrik Clarke said, it ain't the white man's job to teach you your history.
Right.
It's not their responsibility. So when you constantly looking for them to do shit, you bug straight up.
Yeah.
I don't expect them. I don't look to them to do shit in our benefit. I never have and I never will. I'm not expecting them to suddenly become more humane. Why? Why are you looking for something that's just not going to happen? Start focusing on what we need to do. Yeah, we know what the fuck they did. Stop. You don't got to blame. So what are you going to do about it? If you want change to happen, Like,
Hold on, real
like
quick.
the Michael Jackson song said, look in the mirror. It's the man in the mirror. Start with yourself and then work from the inside out.
Right.
I don't expect no other group to come make the black community better. So it ain't their responsibility.
Hold on, real quick.
Out the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction.
I had to give my boy 817 a very, very special shout out because that nigga didn't cut somebody. He didn't cut nobody off today, man. I couldn't believe it.
What's going on, man? What's up with the fellas?
Yeah.
Oh man, my boy. Hold on, real quick. My fault, y'all.
Okay, brother.
Hold on, we in the mix right now. They calling me one thing. Cover Lane in the motherfucking house, guys.
What's up, guys? What's up, gentlemen? How y'all doing?
How you doing?
What's going on, man?
Bro.
That's word. Good morning for some. What y'all talking about?
We're talking about this conversation we had during Fred, the barbershop conversations where we had a white guy come in and
to my boy Reggie O.
He was using revisionist history, of course, when he wanted to talk about the chattel slavery, the impact of that on Black America, and so forth. One of the things that was interesting to me that he said is he was talking about the colonial powers and his revisionist history when America was colonized. What actually happened to the Native American population and why? And he mentioned that the Native Americans got upset because the Europeans showed up and then they felt like it was too many of them, so they started to fight against the Europeans and then got defeated in battle. That was his revisionist history in regards to the theft of the United States from the indigenous people that were here. And of course, just like Vespucci said, I mean, a lot of those people were Black people. And we were already here in large numbers, and those that were here that were more of a Mongolian type of phenotype, a Mongolian type of phenotype that were referred to as Native Americans. We were actually living in peace with those people because centuries before Columbus, we were already trading, coming from the east coast of Africa over the Atlantic and trading and setting up, places of residence and trade routes in both North and South and Central America. And if you go and look at those huge heads that were recorded in history, the bottom line is what he tried to say is everyone's colonized. Everyone's been involved with colonialism, and that's not true. When the Africans came here to North, South of Central America, they set up trade routes and they traded with the folks that were here. And there was never a colonial type of ideology or come and conquer and take your natural resources, take your human resources, rape, pillage, murder. They never came with that type of colonial approach to dealing with indigenous people. Is strictly European. The Asians didn't do it, right? The Africans didn't do it, and they were traveling the world. They were actually going over over transitioning between the continents. No other group of people went and conquered the world colonially from this perspective of rape, pillage, theft of human resources, theft of natural resources, theft of actual lands and property. The only group of people who have a vast history of that wherever they went are from a European background. So for him to say that everyone colonized, I mean, he was just like really just super revisionist history and just as having no culpability to the European culture of colonialism and enslavement in the transatlantic slave trade. Just, I mean, it was crazy, but unfortunately, that's what a lot of people are willing to give. They're willing to accept that as the truth because that's what we're taught, those lies. That's why critical race theory, that actually explains the truth about what happened, is outlawed in so many states.
Yep. Right.
That's a fact. I just want
let me just say this real quick. Do you think it's just something me and some brothers is discussing? Do you think it's just that that group? Do you think it's just that? What do y'all really feel like that really gets them to be the way in which they are? Do you think it's just that, like, whether you talk about is it the perspective of evil or just lying, or is it some kind of just a mental deficiency in that group? Like, what do you think that it really is? How we can see the same thing with such a different perspective? What do you guys thought?
I was just gonna say, I think that I think we tend
Somebody
to
got some clicking going on. Somebody got to mute their mic.
Yeah, somebody in the car or something. But I think that we tend to forget that I know I am a first generation free black man. I mean, I don't know if y'all really understand what I'm saying. Like, my parents weren't born with all their rights. You know, my mom didn't have her full rights until a certain point in her life. She wasn't born first generation free. And when I say fully free, I mean, you know, with the ability to vote and everything else, just like any other human, and use bathrooms, water, all that old shit, right? I think we tend to forget that we really haven't come that far. We are first generation free. And with that, the world has changed immensely, right? Technology. See, one thing they couldn't plan for was evolution. I say it all the time when we have these discussions. You know what I'm saying? Like, we understand that disease, destruction, and death followed the European as they traveled the world. Because if you watch wherever the European followed, that's what happened to the people, the civilizations that they touched, all of that. They couldn't till the land or nothing, didn't know the lay of the land, or couldn't produce what they needed to produce without the indigenous people here and the people who had already traveled here, who already had the pigment and the abilities to do that. But I'm just saying, I think sometimes us as people, we forget that we first generation free, and the attack on our freedoms right now that we experiencing, I don't know if y'all know, but we already in a civil war. It's just not physical yet. But they attacking those freedoms and liberties because they seen what first generation free has done, not only with our people, but also these people that immigrated to this motherfucker as well. They've given them all the equal rights, and it's beginning to change the country to something that they do not like. And they are attacking your liberty and your freedoms right now under the guise of other shit. You know what I'm saying? And they already, like the brother said, they've done a good job of dividing us. They done a good job of confusing us and hitting us with the 42 fake and making us pay attention to the ancillary shit. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna get out the way. I was telling my old lady a minute ago, you can have a motherfucker that sucks giraffe dick, but be on point about a subject, right? And a motherfucker say, he sucked giraffe dick. Giraffe dick. Nothing he say is valid because he sucked giraffe dick. And then you'll have another person say, hey man, I'm not with all that. I'm not gonna smoke behind him or eat behind him. But goddamn it, when it comes to this point, he pretty much on point. Some people pay attention to the ancillary shit and not what's really going on. And that's why they got us all confused. That's why they got us all separated. And that's why they attacking us in the way that they attacking us. I'm so thankful for technology in these forums so we can try to get together on this shit. But just understand, it's important, Mix, for us to have these discussions as a people, right? so that we can get on the same page and get around the 42 fake and get together as a people, as a whole, not just us, but people as a whole. Don't lose sight of humanity.
Exactly. I mean, you basically, yeah.
Hey,
Like
hey
you
Mike,
said,
let me ask you a question. What platform was that on that you guys were having a discussion?
that was on Barbershop Conversations, Fred's channel.
Oh,
But the ancillary things that they, that are out there to change our focus, so that there is division and there's no unity. Those are important to identify. Yeah, but that's Pugilist asked why. Why do we think that their perspective is different, and the same things are happening. Somebody needs to mute their mic. But ask the question of, I think that may be Kyle.
No, that was BC.
Oh, okay. Ask how can we all experience the same things or see the same things happening, but then have different interpretations of it, even history. And really, I just think I think there's a natural explanation for it, and then there's a spiritual explanation for it. The natural explanation for it, in my opinion, is if you read that, it is a book called The Iceman Inheritance. It's a book called The Iceman Inheritance. I'll put it in the chat. This is a white guy that wrote this book, and he's talking about the prehistoric sources of Western man's racism, sexism, and aggression. And he's talking about what makes up the.
Hey, Cal, you got background noise, bro.
I don't.
It's not muted. Yeah, you don't want it's not muted.
What's the background noise?
Sound
Some
like
kind of
somebody
air
at,
type of sound.
yeah, it sound like
Like a
somebody at
vacuum
the
sound.
airport or some shit.
Oh, that's the computer, man. That's the computer.
Oh, okay. The fan on the computer.
Your computer's making noise.
Yeah.
But anyway, that Iceman Inheritance, So,
hey, turn that shit off, cause they'll flag shit out me, man. They got me last night because somebody played some shit in the car.
Hey, my bad, Kyle. Hey, what's up? Salute to the room. Hate to interrupt the conversation, but I'm just chiming in.
Yeah, my bad, OG Mike. My bad, bro.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to complete this thought, and I'll stop.
Go ahead.
But there's two things. There's a natural explanation, and then there's a spiritual explanation. The natural explanation, I think, is best told by it's a white guy that wrote this book called The Iceman Inheritance. He wrote a book called The Iceman Inheritance, and it says the prehistoric sources of Western man's racism, sexism, and aggression. That's their account of what it is. And then there's a spiritual side of it too. And I think, when you look at all the different things, someone needs to mute their mic. I think when you look at all the different things that are going on in the world today and that have gone on, and the fact that Western society basically sets international culture, international or worldwide culture, I think that the spiritual side of it is, we live in a society that's ruled by Satan, that's ruled by Satan, evil forces, and at the end of the day, the people who are controlling it do his will. And it's been that way, not just now. It's been that way since the onset. I mean, when the founding fathers, when they, when they got in and wrote the Constitution of the United States, they wrote a whole group of human beings as 3/5, as non-human, with less rights and protections than cattle. So how could that be anything other than satanic? So that's a, you know, I think that's the spiritual side of it. I'm not getting into details. I'm just summing it up.
The origins of based in evil is basically what he's saying. And check this out. They want to remove the sins of slavery. Like I said, again, we are first generation free, right? And with the advent of technology, we are using technology and education and the ability to link up with each other. And we actually finding out the secrets. We actually dispelling myths, right? They understand that this is going on. They also understand by the census and by the action of theirs alone, by this being an immigrant country and them using immigrants to build up the infrastructure of this country, they also understand that they are becoming outnumbered. We are beginning to become a melting pot, right?
Well,
with that understanding, right, there is also a fear of retaliation, a fear of being the minority, a fear of being put in that place where you put others and having others do unto you what you've done unto them. Although it's been shown that these others don't have the same type of intent that their group had, right? They understand that their numbers are dwindling. So you're starting to see the wall come up, immigration, and attacks on your rights, and attacks on education, primarily critical race theory. You know why? Because they want to remove the brutality, they want to soften it up, and they want to soften it up and or remove it so they don't tell that story, so that no one has the opportunity to become educated on it, possibly gang up on their ass and retaliate. When you evil and you do evil, you worried about that shit coming back on you. That's all it is, simply.
The loophole to that whole approach, that evil approach to being successful, is deception. You know, the truth. I mean, that's biblical. It says the truth. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. So that truth that's in critical race theory, they want to make sure that never gets taught to the young children that are being brought up.
Facts.
Right, because then if they know the truth, then they understand just nature and universal law itself says that this has to be destroyed.
Hold on, y'all, real quick.
Be destroyed.
Real quick, we got the simp coming in, so hold on real quick.
Shit, we gonna run that train again. All right, man, enough's enough. This is my girl now, all right? Ain't gonna be none of that fucking sucking, none of that. I love her. I just proposed to her. What? We all just did our thing, like nigga. That was then. Now it's now. That was 10 minutes. Whenever. She good now, man. I love you. You gonna marry me? ¡Viva la México!
The only thing I disagree with what you said, brother Batman. The only thing I disagree with what you said is when you talked about the role of immigrants in this country, building this country up. The fact is, man, that's a narrative,
right?
That's a narrative that.
The part about it, I started the more violent shit, and like.
That's a narrative that a lot of people are using right now because they want to minimize the contributions of Black people in this country.
Is it a contribution if you were made to do it?
They want to call it immigration. And
I don't necessarily mean all of that, because they stole in the inventions of blacks as well. You know what I mean? Many other technological advances or things that, you know what I'm saying, were commonplace to industrialize America were made by Black people, and they took that and other nationalities as well. So I don't want to make it like, you know what I'm saying, that's all centralized to that. I understand exactly what you're saying, and I agree.
What I'm saying is that immigration did not build the infrastructure of this country. What built the infrastructure of this country and changed it from a wilderness to the most powerful economic country in the world in just 200 years is chattel slavery. Nothing else. Immigration did not build the infrastructure, and this country's economy was not based on immigration. It was based on
slavery.
That's right. Chattel slavery is what took it from a wilderness to the most powerful economic country in the world in just 200 years.
Brother, I agree, and I believe this. They understood that slavery in different forms was effective and it got done what they needed and they modified it. And we are continuing to see the modification of slavery in many different forms, economically, psychologically, educational wise, so on and so forth. It's a morphing it is a morphing motherfucking germ.
I agree.
It's like, you know how they say cancer take on different forms or whatever. You kill a part, you cut it off, and the motherfucker keeps growing. That's what it is.
Yeah, let me jump on the back of what the brother 817 said. God, man, he was right about. I was just having this conversation, no exaggeration, like a few hours ago, about how so much of the technological advances you see in our society was created by our people, and other people have gotten credit for it. Like, and it's stuff that you use every day. Like, if you drive a car and you see the traffic light, like you take for granted. Like most people thought would not even contemplate the origins of that, something like that. That most people who drive a car use every day, have to use every day. And you have people like, and so many of their people, and I'm saying it like that for a reason. When you hear me say that, I'm specifically saying what I'm saying for a reason. When I say their people, I'm purposely separating. You take a person like Thomas Edison. Now, he ain't create shit, but he got all those fucking patents that of ideas and things in which he took from other people, primarily black and some other persons of color, right? And so much of what he taken and got patents on and used are still in effect today. And most people don't even realize it. Like when you see certain things like those power lines and shit. And that's why you got like Con Edison. That's still his family. They still benefiting off of that shit.
Yeah.
Off of that technology from way back then. His family's still eating off of that shit. And most of that, a lot of that stuff is really obsolete. It's like it's technologies that exist now that they really don't have to do it like that. So that when your town get hit with a storm and them power lines get knocked down and everybody out of power could be up to.
Did we lose him?
Huge, I think we lost him. Shit.
Well, I mean, I'll add to his point what he was saying about technology.
Hello? Can you hit me?
Mr.
Hello?
Jesse Russell.
My phone had cut off. Yeah.
Mr.
But I was
Jesse
just
Russell,
saying, like,
that's a black man that invented the cell phone.
yeah.
Cell phone technology.
Yeah.
Mr. Jesse Russell invented that. That
Tell
is
him
a
what
black
city.
man.
Tell him what city it was. Hey, Mike, tell him what city he come from.
I don't know exactly what city he came from, bro. Do you know?
Nashville.
Was he Tennessee?
That was the setup, man. That was the setup, man.
Okay, he was Tennessee. Okay.
Hey, what is the importance behind the race of inventions, though?
Here you come with your bullshit, dog.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you that points off.
Here's an answer. Here's
Hey,
a clean answer for you.
Let's let him finish his statement before you intervene.
Exactly.
And step on what he's saying. So
right.
Yeah, so like what I was just saying is that so many of these things you take for granted. Many of which were, the most down group in the society historically.
Hey, hold on, real quick. Dog Money, you gotta show your face, bro, because I don't know who that is.
So you have these things and you have these people that have put themselves in a powerful position which control and most of these individuals have like they right in your face and you don't see them, like, and they played an integral part in America being the power that it is now. Like you go around and you see a Chase Bank, and that's J.P. Morgan and Chase. If you know anything, if you study in history, you know who J.P. Morgan is and what he did but they still his family, they still benefit in controlling so much of what goes on in the society today. You know, just to name a few. It's too much to name, but they benefit from it, and they did such willing and dealing in these capitalists that literally sat down
generational
and
wealth.
created that generational wealth. Yep, that they now have, that they're able to manipulate. The Rockefellers, that they able to manipulate and control the strings of the government here in this society, you know, with their big contributions they make to control things and so on and so forth. So when you really sit back and just analyze this system, man, it's like the monolith that it has become in that regard under, like I said, the capitalist system in which they use. And you see so many of these things like people just take for granted or just don't know. Some people, I would say that most of the younger generation just don't even know, because some of the information that the older brothers in this panel learn, you won't get none of that in the school system, man.
I just want to say real quick, it's real important for the people who created shit to get credit culturally, right? Because you can't oppress a motherfucker, have them come up with some shit and snatch it from them, take all the credit, patent it, make all the money off of it, and then turn around and use that shit to oppress them further. Hell yeah, it's important. It's important.
That's exactly what oppression is.
Hell yeah.
But take this shit, you ain't gonna do shit.
So peep game.
That's where I was gonna go.
If it's applied, it's just like anything else, right? It's cool when the shit ain't applied to you. When you don't feel like it's been applied to you, you can speak about it. When you hold on, bro. Respect, please. Everybody been respecting everybody on here.
Nah, hell no. Y'all been disrespecting non-black people on here. You do all every night.
Bro, you don't even know where the conversation came from, bro.
I do. I was listening to this shit. That's why I hopped on. I was in the middle playing at it. I said, man,
like you said,
I ain't gonna let this echo chamber happen.
Everybody been respecting everybody. You feel what I'm saying? All I'm saying is, it is thoroughly important. It is thoroughly important for anybody that created anything to get their credit. And it's important, and it's important for them to be able to, if it's something on the level of what we talking about, change the legacy and the lineage of their family and their opportunities as well. I wouldn't salute that shit or co-sign that shit for you and yours or nobody else's. Oppression ain't nothing to tout. Oppression ain't nothing to tout. So to even ask that, to ask that question, this is listen. This is something I casually told DJ earlier, right? Even in a fit of ignorance, you can offend people just by sheer ignorance. You dig what I'm saying? And again, this cultural conversation is one that you have trouble identifying with. And we've talked about this before, and you interject yourself in them with ignorance. And to even make the statement that what the fuck, and to even make the statement that what the fuck does oppression or cultural importance of achievements have to do with anything is offensive in itself to some, Max.
It is offensive.
And it's just by ignorance alone. And it's by ignorance. And it's by ignorance, bro.
I agree with like 80% of everything you just said, because I think that anyone invents something should get credit for it regardless of race. My thing is, what's the importance of being like, and it was a black man that did this, and it was a Mexican man that did it. Like you getting points? Are we keeping score? Like, hey, the blacks got 17 points. Like, what?
You have Mexican heritage, right? You have Mexican heritage, even though you don't really claim it. Right? Think about it, but you have Mexican heritage. That's why we call you Mexican, even though you don't claim this shit. Now,
look here.
Whites. It's like it would be like a Jew, a white trying to take credit for creating tacos.
But the thing is, I don't take credit for anything Mexican because it wasn't me. I don't feel like somehow I'm also a part of this invention because the person of the same color skin as me did it. Like, no. Has nothing to do with me.
See, but what you're missing is that the so-called dominant group here be suppressing that truth. They won't admit that shit. They'll not right, make it seem like they did it. This is what you're missing.
Let me shoot right here, man. Check this out right here. First off, I'm gonna attack the immigrants, right? I'm gonna attack this subject. Nobody immigrates here for nothing. Black people, we are non-immigrant. Non-immigrant. We didn't immigrate here. We were brought here through slavery, number one. Mexicans, I mean, they come over here across the damn desert. You got Guatemalans coming on trains. You think they coming to the U.S. because why the fuck you think they coming here? They coming here for benefits. Just like when those Europeans came on those boats, they advertised in newspapers, free property, free land. You understand what I'm saying? They came here for benefits. Black people didn't come here for benefits. And when you have a people that has been oppressed, knowing their accomplishments and the things they've had, that helps to build the character of that. Means another black kid can look at another black kid and say, "Hey, we can do that." You understand what I'm saying? But we was taught, man. I was born in the 70s. We was taught, man, African people, all they did was walk around and eat cannibals and chunk spears and shit. You understand? We've been lied to. We've been miseducated. And knowing who we are, where we come from, and knowing of our accomplishments, that's very important. And for you to even take that, I'm going to tell you something about immigrants. I'm going to tell you something about Mexicans, Indians, Chinese. They all used to classify as white people until the 70s when they saw they could get benefits for being a minority. Then they became minorities.
Oh, that's what it was. It wasn't them.
Damn right.
It wasn't them classifying themselves as white because back then, if you were non-white, bad things happened to you. It wasn't that though.
Dude,
it wasn't that.
You from Mexico, right?
No, I'm not from fucking Mexico.
Is your family Spanish?
No, my family's American.
Okay, well, the bottom line is, do you think them damn Mexicans is on them goddamn top of them trains, sitting at the damn border in the hot ass sun, living in tents, just because America's so great?
Hell, I mean, America is so great, obviously.
It's all about, man, it's all about money. It's all about benefits. Anytime a law is written, it's about money. You understand what I'm saying?
101.
As it should be.
It's about money, man. So knowing who did this and who did that, you damn right is very important. You can stick your chest out when you motherfucker stop at a stoplight. You tell your child, you know, black man helped invent that. That means you can do it.
Yep.
A lot of these damn kids don't know shit.
And rightly so, because we know they
real fast, Michael, to add to what Dog Money is saying. You know, Max, you know, you might not believe this part, but if it wasn't for the civil rights movement, a lot of minorities would not have rights today. That's what it took for you know, Indians, Asians, even white women.
Y'all might not know this, but the civil rights movement happened.
Well, let me
and
finish.
We're here now.
I understand that, but we're talking about some contributions and importance, and more so, not revising our history, but letting know what is true history. Back to what I was saying, don't get it twisted. There were you know, hateful things going on about everybody, but up until, you know, 1959 and 1960, you know, between that 62 period and on forth to the civil rights movement, no one had any rights, brother. And
hey, when two white people pull you over, Mix, what color are you? Yes. What about all that shit that don't matter when they pull you over? And
I've been pulled over by many different races of police.
They ready to blow your fucking brains out. You think they're ready to blow your brains out for no reason? Them damn race warriors.
Bro, I'm more concerned about non-cops ready to blow my brains out here in these streets and police or white people in general, bro. Like y'all got this big
Shit.
boogeyman syndrome of white people this, white man that. Like honestly, what it sound like sore losers. I'm not gonna lie.
It
It's
ain't
like
boogeyman white people. It's boogeyman all people. It's
like
people like
obviously
you and
as a
everybody
people
else.
back
They ain't gotta
then
be
we weren't
white.
strong enough to
They just
rise
gotta
up
be
and
ignorant.
Hold on.
right?
One at a
What
time.
Mex,
One at a
Mex,
time.
what
Like
Mex
we were
from? Where you
before.
from, yo? Where
Cali.
you from? You
He
from
don't
Cali?
know.
Okay, there you go. You from Cali.
Yeah, I'm not an old black man from the South. I know.
Nah, he don't know,
That
bro.
explains your
Listen,
attitude.
I know.
listen.
You ain't
Let me
never
ask.
had a
Watch
fucking
this,
gun
y'all.
in your head,
Mex,
have you?
is your mom?
Hey.
Is your mom or your mom and dad of Mexican descent? Your original, your creators, the people that got together and created your ass, not the people that adopted you, not the people
They're
that
probably
signed
from
some papers for you.
Spaniard descent or Native American descent.
Money.
From where?
He's Mexican.
Probably
He's Mexican,
Spain
Dog Money.
or Native American.
Dog Money, to answer your question, he's Mexican.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm not. How you gonna tell me what the fuck I am? I'm not Mexican. What the fuck? Who the fuck are you?
That's why he gonna tell
Okay,
you he
God.
American. That's
Okay,
why he gonna
God.
tell you he American. He
L
ain't gonna tell you.
O
He
tell you
ain't
what
gonna
you
tell
are.
you he of Spanish
Okay.
descent. Look, his name ain't Spanish.
LOL.
His name ain't Span. It ain't none of that shit. And he
I
ain't gonna
didn't
tell
choose
you.
my
Hold on.
name, bro.
Right. He didn't even choose his own name. Listen, some people gave him a
That's how
name he didn't
nicknames are
like.
given that way. I'm
Hold
not sure
on
if you
now.
know that.
Hold on. Some people gave him a name that he didn't like that would that we would term, listen, we would term disrespectful, right? Because as black men, if a motherfucker called you white boy, you wouldn't just take that on. You feel what I'm saying? If you felt like it was disrespectful, you wouldn't make that your name. But obviously, it was so disrespectful that it was cool for him to make it his name. And he don't tell nobody he of Spanish descent. He don't tell nobody that. He gonna tell you he American. He has an issue. And I'm telling you, this is a life issue. This is an experience issue. He grew up as a kid in a different cultural household. The person that signed for him lived a totally different cultural experience. This experience is not a monolithic one, not for anybody, not for blacks, whites, Mexicans, or anybody.
Hey, check this out right here. Mexicans are like this for you, okay?
Damn. Hey, do my eulogy when I die, 817. You know more about me
look
than
here,
me.
Mexicans have had a hard time in this country, right? But you know what, a Mexican could always look at another Mexican and say, shit, at least I ain't black. You understand what I'm saying? Same thing the Irish say. Yeah, the Irish, man, we had to eat a lot of potatoes, but goddamn it, I ain't black.
Facts.
You understand what I'm saying? So that's where the cultural divide comes in.
Who said that? I've never heard one person my whole 36 years of living even insinuate some shit like that.
You're right. Because ain't nobody, because not too many of them gonna tell
y'all
you.
motherfuckers at 75 still talking about the 50s and shit.
Not too many of them gonna tell you the truth, Mex. But if you take your ass to one of them CPAC
but you guys are. You guys are gonna tell me the truth.
If you take your ass, listen, we talk truthfully here. We talk truthfully here. See, listen, black folks in society, black folks in society that you run across at work and shit, they may not tell you this. You know why? Because they in fear of losing their jobs and everything else.
They're not paranoid that the white man's trying to keep them down like you guys. That's why.
And they cool with the status quo. They buying some of the shit. You did, but I'm telling you, the white folks, when they comfortable, when they amongst themselves at the CPACs and shit, at the Trump rallies and shit, that's what they doing. They talking just like that, and they'll tell your motherfucking ass that. They'll feel comfortable enough to say, "Look at my blacks over there." They'll say shit like that. They won't say that shit amongst motherfuckers who will challenge them.
If Meg's sister was about to date a black guy, you know what she'd be probably like, she dated that Pichi Miyata. You know what I'm saying? He motherfucker Pichi Miyata.
See, you gotta know a little bit more about that. Mex didn't come up like that. Mex can't see. That's where we fuck up. See, this is where we lend credence to people like Mex, because we'll stereotype him and we'll put him in a box, and that ain't his experience.
Hey, can I say some stereotypes without you guys crying about it tomorrow? No, but let it go any other way. Let it go any other way, right?
Hey, I got a question for you, Max.
Max, let me
most sensitive ethnicity out.
I got a question
We
for
can't
you.
give him that out, y'all. We cannot give him that
Yeah.
out. 'Cause that
I
gives
don't
him the room to do that shit right there.
I got
There
a
it
question
is.
for you.
I want to go back to something you said about the sore loser thing and about,
Yeah.
you know, if we were so strong, how we lost. Nah, it ain't got nothing to do with the strength. The reason why they got in that position is because of our humanity. Because there's no way that
That's right.
no small amount of foreigners could have came
Yeah.
to this part of the earth, where any native indigenous people were,
Question, or
and
can I
have
ask?
survived and not got slaughtered, unless those other people that were already there were not absolutely humane. That's why they survived that shit.
No,
They
they
had
have
nothing to
better
do with
weapons.
strength, because they had the numbers alone to slaughter them Europeans.
Yeah, but the Europeans had better weapons.
When they first settled here, so they had the
Man,
numbers.
we don't hate Europeans,
Because
man. Europeans are
even with a
children.
gun, and those guns back then was nowhere near as good as the shit that exists now. So
Oh, for sure.
you only gonna be able to hit if 500 if you got 500 motherfuckers coming at you, there's no way they could have stopped all of them. It was ultimately it was the humanity of those indigenous people that kept those other groups alive. So it was not about
I
strength.
get what you're saying, best pugilist, as far as maybe that's how it cracked off. Like the Europeans got the jump because motherfuckers was trying to be cool. But once the killing starts, I don't think in the middle of the shit they're like, hey, why you killing us? We just trying to help you out. Wait, hold on. No.
Hey,
So if they have the numbers,
Max,
get
Max,
active.
Max, I gotta stop you, Max. I gotta stop you. I gotta
For-
stop you.
and
Hold on.
Africans were selling Africans to the Europeans. They were already enslaved amongst their own people.
I gotta stop you, bro. I gotta stop you. I gotta stop you, bro. I just got to.
We're over arguing about history.
Bro,
Say,
everyone
look
knows
here.
the victors write history, bro.
Man.
Hey, look here, check
I
this
gotta
out,
ask you a
dude.
question, Max.
Say, brother, I'm from Mississippi, right? My grandmother, my aunties. You see, when you go to that vote, when you go to the voting booth, if you vote or any of your family members vote, my grandmother, them, they bled for the right to vote. For you to use the same bathroom as a white man do, mix, because you wouldn't know better than a nigga at that time.
At that time, you're
You
right.
understand what I'm saying? But see, black people bled
I
for that
said
shit.
that earlier.
They bled for that shit. You understand what I'm saying? So for you to take
You did?
approach you taking, you fucking right. My fucking family bled for this
No, I
shit.
say you. I say you. Don't take credit for someone else.
Tore
You.
this motherfucking
I
soil.
say you. I say you.
Hey, so
My
here's
fucking
What the fuck you
family,
mean? We
goddamn. That's
carry
my-
the burden of
that's
that
my
every day,
goddamn
bro.
No,
This
you
black
didn't do
skin,
shit but
this
hop on
black
YouTube and complain
skin,
about some
My
other
this
shit.
black
heritage.
You didn't
skin
do
carries
shit.
the burden of all our forefathers,
No.
My
motherfucker.
heritage,
You an
No.
idiot if you don't
No.
believe that.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Max. Let me ask you a question. I got a question for you. You ready?
Yeah.
I got a question for you. Here's my question.
He ain't got no answers, Mike.
I got a question for you. Is the reason that you continually minimize the accomplishments and the plight of black people is because many black people are your customers that you sell death to?
What you mean?
You heard what I said.
What you talking about? My family's majority black, so
I'm asking, is the reason that you continue to minimize the accomplishments?
Most of his customers are white, though. I gotta tell you.
Hey, Mike. He's telling the truth about his family. That's not going to be a befitting a question for him.
No,
He got a
the
lack
thing
of
is like,
humanity.
Hold on.
This is a lack of humanity
it's
problem.
just like if you guys are talking about someone, talk about someone
Hold on.
specifically.
I've been quiet for a long time. I got a very valid question to ask this brother. Max, you family, you know that. But I got to ask you this question.
Go for
this
it.
food coming out to me? Well, anyway, don't be coming out to me. But anyway, you have a daughter, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, if you mix, you go and hit the lottery this week. God forbid, 2 weeks from now, your life expires. Who's supposed to be next in line to reap the benefits of your winnings?
It's always gonna be my kid.
Okay, then that's the same thing that these brothers are trying to educate you on. The things that have been done many, many years ago by certain family members in the pipeline of families and lineage, it trickles down as time progresses and lives are expired. It goes to the next generation, next generation, next generation. That's what this conversation is mostly based upon: giving credit what credit is due and letting people earn what's right to them.
Damn, that
That's
was
what it's
good.
about.
I agree with that.
Let me finish.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, man. Keep talking.
Hold on. The teaching of people like parents, like yourself. You're a parent. Most of us on this panel, I'm sure, are parents. The teachings of us, we're supposed to give that to our children. Teach them where they come from, what they're made of, their lineage. That's pride that you're teaching them, because
I agree.
Books they have in school are not going to give us the truth if it doesn't benefit them. So
I agree with what you said, though.
In order for your daughter to understand how great her father is, you have to teach her yourself, because those American printed books are not going to teach you that.
I agree, Santos. Now, on the flip side of that same coin, you're supposed to teach your kids all that shit. You're not supposed to pass down your trauma. You're not supposed to pass down your insecurities. You're not supposed to pass down your hatred.
So tell me this. So that's a great statement. So check this out. By not acknowledging your heritage or your lineage, by not acknowledging any of that, right? You are doing the very same shit you telling motherfuckers not to do, because if those are your beliefs, you are passing that on to your child.
That's what? Trauma?
Yes. Your trauma from your childhood has manifested a lack of humanity within you. The way that you treat women, talk about them.
No.
The way that you insensitively jump in these race conversations when you have expressed to us your history, and it shows a history of trauma and of motherfucking just non-acceptance, right? Has tilted and tinted your view. And you can't tell me that you are training up your child different from that. You are not.
So let me ask y'all something then. What is it that y'all are so hard pressed that I need to accept from you guys? That white people are bad and that all this other shit? Like, no,
there's nothing you need to accept from us. There are things you need to accept for yourself. See, once you get understanding of self,
I never looked at nobody's skin color and been like, this person
clarity comes for other things. You have to listen. It's all introspective. Michael Jackson didn't lie to you. It's the man in the mirror. These things that people keep bringing to you, look, Max, these things keep coming around for a reason, Max. You keep getting interjected into this.
That's why.
Max, this is not
we could be talking about what's your favorite chips. It's gonna turn into some race shit, bro. We could talk about what's your favorite pair of socks. It's gonna turn into some race shit every time. It's not me starting the conversations, and the video's there to play it back.
How do you feel like that, but us that are oppressed do not feel that way? How do you feel that way, but we don't?
Hey, Max, check this out, man. You asked me a question. You asked me when I talked about my grandmother bleeding for these civil rights and shit. You said, did I bleed for them? My question to you is, have you ever thanked my grandmother for the rights that you receive in this country?
Absolutely.
I don't feel it.
Okay, but whether you feel it or not does not mean that it's true.
All I hear you doing is downplaying.
It's minimizing it.
Not at all. What I'm saying is live now. It's okay to know the history, accept it, and know it, and push it forward and talk about it. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't act like it's still happening. Because I've heard certain people on this fucking panel try to say, I've heard some of you motherfuckers on here try to say that racism today is just as bad as it was pre-civil rights. It is not. That's the type of shit that needs to stop.
Go to prison.
That's why it's hard to take it serious. Bring it to this century. Let me say this to bring it to right now to current. Right now, Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. The first search engine ever made was made by a black man, a Nigerian, right? If you look in history, it will make you believe they are the ones.
Hey, you breaking up, bro.
You breaking up bad, man.
If you look at GPS that we
Big
all
Toast,
use.
I'm about to take a shower, bro. Call me if you need me.
Damn, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
GPS
hear you.
that you use right now. GPS that you use right now. That GPS system was created by a black woman that her family and her lineage do not benefit from. And the most, if you look at Trimble is the public stock company, the biggest public stock company that uses that. All your construction equipment, all your all that stuff that they use to do the land surveying and all that crap, they make money off of that invention. If you look at the search engine, that was made by a Nigerian man.
Cell phone.
Wasn't Yahoo? That wasn't. If you look at it itself, that was the military. It's so many inventions that we use right now today. I know we're talking about history, but I could go on and on and on about the inventions and the things that we're using. Medical. The lady, what's her name? The Lax lady, that they did all of those vaccines and all that stuff. Her family didn't benefit. On and on from the last.
You fading in and out, fam.
You breaking up a lot.
And we can say, I can say for an hour.
I get your point, but my question is, why is it only important about the black inventions? Do you feel the same way when a white person gets their shit stolen by another white person, or if an Asian person gets their shit stolen by a Mexican person?
I'm not finna,
or is it just because that's your team? So that's all. That's all.
But hold on, Max. You can't switch up and make it that. Nigga,
what you mean? That's what it is.
Hold on, no, it ain't that. It ain't.
He just gave me 17 inventions. Why this is black person? This is black person. What about everyone else?
Bro, you don't even know how this conversation came about. Their family aren't. Hold on, Pittsburgh, please, because he don't even know why this conversation even came about. Do you even know why we talking about this right now?
Because of what happened on Fred's show earlier.
Or what happened on Fred's show earlier?
I didn't watch Fred's show earlier.
All right, well then go back and watch Fred's show and then come talk to us about some shit.
I'm not. Everything we've conversated since I got on here had nothing to do with Fred's show. It was conversation between me and these people.
Bro, yes, it was. Because the white dude that was on Fred's show, we were debunking a lot of shit that he was saying, and this is the type of shit that was going on.
Here's what I'm trying to get at.
He had a lot of revisionist history.
You guys interrupted me with my question. I'm gonna ask Max this question again.
How do the people that law school try to say revisionist history, bro? Like,
is the reason why you minimize the plight and the accomplishments of black people consistently? You consistently do that.
I don't minimize the plight or accomplishments.
Is the reason why you do that is because
I don't do it
because you're selling death to black people?
I don't do it.
But he don't sell it to black people. We sell it to white people. I'm trying to tell you. That's what I was trying to tell you.
I don't sell nothing to nobody, and I'm not minimizing nothing to nothing.
That's what I'm saying. He's a grown man.
You sound like a fucking cop.
Hey, look here. First off, hey, look here.
I told you, motherfucker, government official, bro.
If you want to
between him and 817, they got my whole database in a folder right now.
Hey, look here. If you want to go,
nah, bro, I just listen. Listen. I'm a very thorough person, and I'm a very analytical person, right? That's why nobody really tries to debate me or anything. Because listen, I understand.
Run away. That's
peep game. See, that's you good with the interruptions, but let me explain real quick. See, here's the thing. I did not judge you when you were ignorant at first. I listened more. My granny taught me use your ears. You got 2 ears and 1 mouth. You should listen twice as much as you talk. And I try to make sure that when I talk, I got something to say. How do you do that? You have to listen. So when you gave your views, you know what I'm saying? I asked you what your history was. You kindly humored us and gave us your history. So it gave me more of an idea and a background as to why you were standing on what you were standing on. And what you were standing on wasn't firm. But I made sure I got the background and the information before I came at you with that. I'm a very thorough motherfucker. motherfucker. So that's why I said I ask you questions that you cannot answer. You know why? Because you gave me the basis of my motherfucking questions.
What question have you ever answered I
motherfucking
didn't answer?
stances. With your flawed stances.
Hey, look here, man. I'm gonna approach this from another way. Now check this out right here. This is Mex. I'm gonna get into the history, the real history. You want to? This is the true history right here. Mexicans, white people, Asians. You know what? They are our children. Black people, we're the first race on earth.
Oh, here we go.
Black people, we're the ones that brought the white people out the caves. You understand what I'm saying? When you look at all that art over there in Rome, Leonardo da Vinci, he was taught by Moors, black people. Spain, shit, black people ruled Spain for 900 years. You call yourself of Spanish heritage.
And then what happened?
Yeah, you understand what I'm saying?
You want to keep talking about your high school days while you sit on the couch watching NFL players?
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. So you try to belittle the cultural thing when it comes to us black folks.
That's right. And my question is, why does he do that? Why?
Because it attacks who he is.
Give me an example.
It attacks who he is. That's why.
Give me an example. Like what? Okay. What am I belittling?
And I'm saying I think he does it because he's selling death to black folks. That's my opinion.
You would be wrong, like you are majority of the time you come on here about a lot of things.
That's why I asked you the question. Are you doing that? Is that why you minimize the plight?
I can't even answer a question that's based on a lie. Like I asked you, what am I belittling? Be specific.
There's no one on this panel
crickets
that has any question about how you're belittling and diminishing.
Well, I do. I have one question. There's 7 people on here. No one answered it.
How you belittling and diminishing?
Yeah. What is it that I am belittling specifically?
You are belittling.
You just said what happened when the brother was talking. When he was trying to give you history, you saying what happened. You say little snarky remarks, Max. Ain't nobody crazy. I mean,
exactly. So what happened?
Go back.
No.
You just said,
exactly, and no one answered the question, right?
Max? Okay, I'm answering the question. If you let me talk, did you not just say and what happened when that brother was telling you about history? And you said and what happened to him? You didn't say that?
Yeah, I did.
So you don't see a problem with that?
No, I don't.
Why are you belittling?
Why avoid certain parts of history because it doesn't go in your favor, but only talk about accomplishments. Don't talk about when you lost.
Go in your favor. God damn it, they ruled for America's like 400 years old. The Africans
it's still a baby.
The Africans ruled over white people for like 3,000 years.
And then what happened?
What happened was they came in with fucking chattel slavery.
But how were they able to enslave people?
Man, that's a complicated ass question.
You should know. You guys are the historians.
Here's my point, man.
You want me to really go through? You want me to really go through how black people are enslaved? I can go through it.
We got answers.
I can go through it.
You minimize.
Let's not talk about black people. Let's talk about how the white people took Texas and motherfucking California for them goddamn wetbacks over there.
See, there you go.
That stung your ass, didn't it? That stung your ass.
No, I don't relate to that. But it's funny how you can openly use that term, but if somebody uses some shit on you, you're gonna be the first motherfucker crying about it.
But the way you talking, you might as well say nigga.
I do. I say it all the fucking time.
Other than these niggas complaining. I tell you, these niggas.
I say it all the fucking time.
Go to Mississippi and say nigga all the time and see how many teeth you have in your goddamn mouth by the end of the day.
And guess what? I'm still gonna be saying it with no fucking teeth, and you gonna be just as mad.
See, it's different. Shit, way different in the South than what
That's
it is
cool.
in
I don't live in the South, bruh, and I don't live in fucking 1935 either.
Yeah, bring your ass down here and see 1935.
All right, well, bring your ass to Cali and see if you feeling the same way, bro. You can go the other way too. That don't mean nothing.
Hey, I respect Cali. I love Cali. Dr. Dre, hey, I bump his shit all the time. But bring your ass to Mississippi and call black folks niggas and see what happens.
Okay.
See how black you really are. Bring your ass to Alabama. Bring your ass to Arkansas.
Okay.
Bring your ass to Louisiana.
You gonna let me stay at your house or what?
Hell no, because you're gonna be in trouble.
It's so emotional.
But then I'm gonna have to knock your teeth out your mouth. Like, man,
Okay.
that's what it said, nigga.
Max has made
Hey,
a
many
stance where
have
he
tried, and I
committed
still
to
got
not
a full
understand.
mouth of them. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
see, y'all wasting y'all time because Max committed himself not to understand what y'all saying. At this point,
Nah.
y'all just wasting y'all time with this whole
Okay, first of all, why should I ever even try to understand someone saying some
not trying,
bullshit like this motherfucker?
You're not trying to understand.
Why should I even
Like
listen to
said,
one thing?
Why should you? That's part of being an adult and having a conversation. You might as well stick your
Nah.
fingers in your ear.
I literally
and say
just asked you guys like 2 questions that everyone got
You might
quiet
as
as
well-
fuck on and had nothing to say. Like,
I
it's
just
cool.
asked
Like,
you the question, Max.
hey, support
That's
all the
narrative
accomplishments,
that
but you got to
wanted.
talk about where you went wrong too. You can't sit here and act like you've never made a wrong move as a people, as a culture, that you guys somehow just got fucked out of everything. You sound like a sports fan where every time your team didn't lose, it was a wreck.
Sports, Max.
Every
This
time.
real life. That's where you got this mixed up. This ain't no sports, and you keep changing the goalposts. Once somebody answer your question, you want another question.
Y'all didn't
another
answer
question,
shit.
Another question. I mean, you
I
can
said,
read
what
behind the
happened?
tape,
Y'all still didn't answer that question. I asked one.
Max, I'm
I answered
done.
every
Man,
question you guys have asked me. Every question. I don't run from nothing.
You just trolling at this point, Max.
Why don't you
either
ask
you,
specific?
you,
I asked specific questions. He said, "Oh, the Moors ran woo for 3,000. Okay, cool. And then what happened? Oh, let's complicate. What's happened? They lost. They lost their land. They lost their territory, like many other countries. There's nothing wrong with that. It's okay to say, hey, at one point in time, we were this type of civilization. This came and fucking wiped us out, and then someone else took over. There's nothing wrong with saying that shit.
Here's the
But
point.
did you even go there before I told you?
Here's the point that we're trying to make, Max. When the Moors ruled Europe or Spain for 900 years, what they brought to Europe or Spain was not death and destruction and rape and murder and theft. They brought civilization. They brought architecture. They brought science, mathematics, medicine,
art.
Right? It's a different type of a different type of culture. What we're talking about is the culture and the spirit of racism.
Bro,
and colonialism.
The Moors are known to be one of the most savage regimes of their time. What do you mean?
The Moorish people brought civilization to Spain, and all the different things that I just mentioned. When you talk about what happened here in the United States, when the settlers came here, they took this land by force, a land that was populated by natives of over 70 million. Now you can't hardly find a Native American that's the Angolian or the Mongolian lineage. Those Native Americans, you can't even find those Native Americans here anymore. You'd have to look long and hard. I think they're less than like 1 to 2 million left. And they were
Jamaica had damn Indians.
Then
you can't find a fucking Indian in
and then you have to look at what happened to African American. Well, I'm going to say black people, African Americans. I say African Americans because that's what people normally classify black people in America as descendants of chattel slavery. I mean, the bottom line is the methodology of colonialism and westernized slavery in indigenous countries has brought nothing but death, destruction, just a bunch of bad stuff, man. I mean, when you talk about the theft of resources, that's both natural and human resources, a loss of human life, rape, murder, pillage. I mean, it's just a different culture. And what we're talking about, you didn't have to worry about that type of reality if there was any type of war. You didn't lose your humanity as a result of losing a war or losing.
But the Moors did do that. They did do the Hebrew Israelites in.
That's what I'm saying, bro. But no one wants to talk about anything negative that could ever be said. It's just that's what I'm saying. Black supremacy is not the answer to white supremacy.
How's that black supremacy? Define black supremacy, Max. Define black supremacy. What do you mean when you say black supremacy? Define that, please.
The definition is gonna be see white supremacy and flip the words. That's what it is.
No.
Not
To think
define it.
that
That's
your
not
race
that's
has never
elementary.
done anything wrong, that everything's settled, like somehow there's just no blame to be put on any people of any generation of any type when it comes to your skin color. That is pretty much what supremacy is.
Hey, you know what's funny? The way Mex feel, that's the reason why I have an issue with Asians. That's the reason why I have an issue with any of these immigrants. I don't give a damn if it's them Hajis or if it's those Indians from over there in India. It's always the same shit. You understand what I'm saying? They always want to, kind of like downplay what the struggle that Black people went through, even though they benefit from it.
They benefit. That's right.
Even though they benefit,
you know
they
why?
still want to
Equality.
minimize. They want to minimize our struggle.
Well, equality
Now-
looks like oppression to them. Oppression looks like equality to them.
Yeah, they
Well,
they
the
love
thing
they love
is-
to minimize it because it basically attacks what they do. I mean, what have Mexicans done for this fucking country?
What they want to do is they want to say
Tell me about
they
the
want to say
Mexican
we're in the
blood.
position that we're in. They want to say that we're in a position that we're in because we lost. They want to minimize the moral issues that existed that put us in a position that we're in because basically it puts them in a position higher than us. It puts them in a position above us. So it would not benefit them to actually give real, true credence to what we've been through as a people. They don't want to do that. They want to minimize it so that somehow it becomes we're in the position that we're in solely because of our own doing and solely because of our own inferiority. Because the way that things are built now, we're on the bottom of the hierarchy. We're on the bottom.
No, actually, Native Americans are, but
Hey, Mex, look here. Tell me this here, man. Name me when a Mexican or Native American have shed blood and Black people have received benefits from it.
What?
When have we ever got a benefit from Mexican blood being shed?
I mean, probably the low. Was it the southwestern region of the United States?
We haven't.
You understand? But Mexicans have benefited from the blood that
No,
was
so
shed by
no one
Black
in
people.
California being here is not a benefit of that.
Those
Texas,
dogs,
Arizona.
No, man. What are you talking about?
Exactly. What are you talking
You know,
about?
it was Mexicans on both sides of the war, and the Mexicans on the American
Well,
side of
just
the
like
war
the
helped
Black
America
people they
win the
lost.
war.
Just like the
So
Black people they lost, right?
yeah, Mexico lost. So why cry about it? I don't like hearing that shit from Mexicans. You know, California used to be ours before what? Before you lost. Cool, I get it. Yeah, the bitch I got now used to be your bitch when you used to have her, but you ain't got her no more.
Man, you should have respect for your parents.
I don't got I mean, I got respect for half my parents. I don't respect nobody. Don't respect me. Period.
Hey
But
man,
That's what I'm saying.
let me give you another perspective.
quiet with the facts and
Um,
shit, bro.
Now, I know you always say that we don't live in 1935, 1975, all that kind of stuff. Times have changed. Great, they have.
Why
But
did they change?
do you understand? And now let me talk to him. Do you understand the fact that do you believe in voting at all? Let me ask you that first.
What was that, Santos?
Do you believe in voting at all?
Do I
Let me ask
believe
you
in
that
voting? Yeah, I've voted since I was 18.
Okay,
Yeah.
now, the voting rights for Black people in this country is on a little bit over 40 some years of age. I mean, on the books for 40, it may be close to 50 now. You know, they have to go back every 40 some years or so, every so many years, whenever that law runs out, to somebody got to say, yes, we can continue to vote.
I think
no,
it's
we
25
can't
years.
continue to vote. Is 25 years?
I think so.
That voting right that we so much take for granted. If we, as a Black man, I don't take that for granted, because I know that my forefathers and foremothers fought for us to have that opportunity, and it's not guaranteed that it's going to always be there. And there's a lot of laws on the books from way back in the 1900s and 1800s and before that are still on the books to this day that they can convict you of for some stupid racial mentalities and thoughts that they had of how they looked at other people that were not white. You benefit from it. I benefit from it. Now, if you're talking about, it doesn't matter what happened then. Yes, it does. Because a lot of laws are based on what happened then. And they're still on the books today. Trust me. Just like that stuff that happened down there in Georgia to Aubrey. They had laws on the books from way back when that those people were basing on the fact of why they killed that boy.
And it didn't work.
If you don't want to hear about the history, it worked for a while because at first they wasn't even going to go to court until the whistle was blown about what was going on down there. And it didn't work for the state. The feds got involved. So yeah, it worked. So Emmett Till was killed, was lied on by a white woman, killed. Some odd years later, they want to take it to court, and they didn't even take it to court. Said, no, we're not going to convict. We're not going to take it to court. We're not going to try her. You got to understand this stuff that happens in the past affect us today. So no, it's not about who won, who lost, and all that kind of stuff. It's about right and wrong. Just like I was trying to tell you, if you win the lottery this week, if God forbid you lose your life 2 weeks from now, the next person in line, as you said yourself, is your daughter. What if the white men come in and scoop that up? Well, you gonna come back in your and you're gonna come back in your daughter's dream and say, "Hey, baby, don't worry about it. You lost." No, you're not gonna say that. You're gonna be pissed as a ghost.
You're gonna be like Red Martinet.
So how are they gonna do that though, Santos?
Yeah.
Say what?
So how's that gonna happen? Where's the boogie white man that's gonna come down after I die, go into my account, take it all with a mysterious name? Nobody knows who the fuck this person is.
I'm trying to tell you. If your parents have any properties and they die, and you in line, you're supposed to get that because by rights that the Lord, that God has, by divine order, you're supposed to get that as a child of that person or those persons. But these laws over here in this country, the way they are designed and the way they were thought of was to give the advantage to the upper hand. And they have laws on the books that if a person don't have things in writing to leave to the next person, the state can come in and take that stuff. Trust me, every state is doing the same thing.
Very true.
So the state is the white man. Is that what I'm getting from this?
You're damn right. You damn right. They're the white man. What
right. What are you talking about, bro? Like,
what other color man do you know owns the state? What other color man you know owns the state? Tell me, because I want to know.
Last time I checked, I don't think anyone actually owns the state.
Every freaking state in this country is led by whites.
Led by
state in this
even if they got a black
led
figurehead.
by people of color.
No, it's led by a white. Like that's my thing. Like the random ass white dude bagging your groceries ain't do nothing to you. The dude you go ball with on Saturday ain't do nothing to you. The little girl coming home from school that's white with blonde hair and blue eyes ain't do nothing to you.
Is a color.
Yeah, but her father did.
No, he didn't.
Black or Latin
yes, he did. Her father could have done that shit.
His father, her great grandfather. So you gotta take it out on him.
Well, my man just explained to you the importance of history.
You keep moving the goalposts all you want to, but reality is what it is.
He just
that's a paranoid way of living.
But what I'm just saying, though,
explain to you the importance of knowing your history. That's why we teach our kids the history.
Nah, I believe it is important to know your history. I think it is detrimental to live in your history.
But we live it every day, though.
No, you don't. If you're living today that is present, that is not history.
Man, every time you go to the courthouse, every time you get pulled over,
you gotta live by someone because they'll lock your butt up because of history.
Every time you apply for a job, Every time you apply for a job, every time you get pulled over,
Every time? So you
every
have no
time you
job,
in,
huh?
every
You're
time
calling
you
me
in the
from jail right
store,
now. You have no job. Is that what you telling me?
every time you in the store shopping.
You know what, Mick? I
Damn, you
remember.
ain't got no food either? Shit.
I remember close to a year ago, Mick. You were on here talking about your struggles with employment.
You said what?
So don't. I remember you talking about your struggles with employment close to a year ago on this platform.
Struggles with an informant?
Employment.
No, I've never had struggles with employment.
That's what you told.
Nah. Not me.
Okay. You say you didn't have a job. You say you didn't have a job.
No, I didn't. I didn't have a job. That was by choice.
Okay then. Okay. All right. Now let me ask you this. Are you earning as much money as you feel like you could or should in your employment that you don't have trouble with?
Oh, never.
Yeah, by choice.
Well, no matter what I do, I don't feel like I get enough money.
Why aren't you maximizing your possibilities of income on your job? I'm asking you for a reason.
I am. I've only been at my job 2 months. It'll be 3 months October, and I'm on pace to get a $2 raise already.
Forget how long you've been there. No, forget how long you've been there. Why aren't you making as much as you think you should be making as far as whatever you're doing for a living? It doesn't matter what you're doing for a living.
Because employers and employees aren't on the same team.
Oh, there it is. That's a part of it.
Yeah. So they're trying to get, the most work they can for the least amount of money. I'm trying to get the most amount of money for my work.
Yeah, and you're not in control, right?
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, yeah, but not. I don't control their decisions. I control my own and what positions I put myself in. Yeah.
Are you in control of the company that you work for?
No.
Okay.
If I don't like it, I just won't work there no more.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not gonna keep clocking in and bitching every day.
Okay. How much you think how much you think you need to survive that makes life less complicated for you?
$1 million.
$1 million. Okay. Do you think you can leave the job you at now and go to the next job and make that $1 million?
Nah, definitely not.
Okay. Why you don't think you can do that? I mean, this is America. This is the land of the great. There's no history in the past that keeps you from doing that. So
I could, but the chances are probably not in my favor at the time being.
Why? Why aren't they in your favor?
Probably my education, my location, my interest.
Some people, like you said, some people lost.
Yeah.
Battles in the past and stuff like that. Yeah, the past is affecting you.
How?
Affecting you in a very realistic way.
Yeah. My past is affecting me. Me choosing not to go to school, me choosing not to go to college, me choosing not to take certain opportunities and just be in the streets. For sure, that's coming back. But it ain't no white man if that's what you get around to. The white man ain't holding me back.
Are you making $1 million?
Nah.
Okay, so you're not making what you presume to be the amount of money that you think you should.
Yeah, what I would like to. Yeah, what would make life easier.
And
yeah.
You said it. Do you believe you need a degree because you believe that, or have you been taught that you need a degree?
No, I don't think I need a degree at all because I think most entrepreneurs, they're millionaires, don't have college education. So I don't think I need one. Okay, but I think having certain things on your resume does open a couple more doors for you, depending on what line of business you're trying to.
Why? Who told you that it does?
What do you mean? Who told me that it does?
Yes, you had to hear it somewhere. You didn't just think of this all by yourself.
I've seen it work for other people. I don't think anyone's actually told me the shit, but I've seen some people get in better positions just because of what they have on their resume. Well, not because college was never a thing in my
paid job for education levels.
Nah, I didn't even really start thinking about real jobs until I was really, older. So nah, I really thought I was gonna just be trapping and rapping or playing ball for the rest of my life. So
you just all of a sudden was smoking weed one day and just said, "Hey, you know what?"
Nah, I mean, I turned 30.
If I had a degree, I mean, I make $1 million. And all of a sudden, you just thought of it like while you were getting high.
No, I was really thinking if I could
chilling,
start my
talking to
own
girls,
business, I could probably get $1 million before it comes to having a degree and work for someone else. But as far as like, yeah, if I had a degree, it could put me in a position to be somewhere else, to meet someone else, to network.
I'm gonna tell you how you heard. I'm gonna tell you why that epiphany came into your mind. Television, radio, other people speaking. All these things are subliminally put out there for us to hear and understand and manifest inside of us for us to think a certain way.
So you don't think college degrees have any worth?
Now listen to what I'm saying. I don't have a college degree.
Okay, I'm saying, but you don't think having one helps out at all? It's just a piece of paper to you?
I'm telling you what I've experienced and what I've learned. I don't discount people educating themselves. Education can't be taken away from once you learn it. I'm all for college education, but I'm not for it because the white man or the other man or the other woman or the white woman said that you have to have it. I'm for it because of self-preservation. Now, this is the thing. When you hearing all these subliminal messages out there about what we're supposed to do in this society to get by from one step to the next step, it's put out there purposely, bro. Trust me, that's what advertisement is all about. That's what marketing is all about. You spend money on education, somebody getting paid for it. Okay? Now the thing is, you've heard this most of your life. So when you smoking that blunt, you know, it's gonna come to your mind. A whole lot of different thoughts come to your mind. But whatever you may be doing the past time, I've been inside of a woman before thinking, damn man, I could have made 40,000 the other day. I screwed up. You know what I'm saying? But think about it. We think of things at the most odd times, and some of those things we think about is because we've been subliminally programmed. So what I'm saying, they control more than you want to give them credit for, and we're trying to point stuff out right now. That's part of what we're talking about here. It ain't everything we're talking about. That's part of what we're talking about. They're in control for a reason, by design. They put the
because they want
place many years ago before you and I come here.
Because they want,
and they are in control. Well,
they're the winners.
Tell your daughter she lost $1 million that you lottery money that you hit for because the white man won and you lost.
But I would never tell. That's my point. I don't believe that shit that you guys do. The white man won, so now the rest of my life until somehow blacks take over the country, that my life will never be. No, fuck that shit. It's just fucking stupid.
That hit on it right there.
That's just crazy.
He's concerned about blacks taking over.
You said because they won. We didn't say
Why are you so concerned about black folks taking over?
Well, don't say you say the white man this, because this happened 300 years ago, 200 years ago, 200. Expect this today. White man.
If the black folks take over, is that a bad thing or something?
Obviously not for you, right?
But it'd be bad for Mexicans. That's what you think, right?
I don't think it'd be bad for me at all. Like I said, majority of my family black. So I mean, if anything, that probably make my life better. So
No, they mix. They ain't black. They mix.
Yeah, the majority of your family are black. The majority of your family may be black.
Everybody's mixed. Don't forget that. Everybody. The blackest person you know is mixed.
You probably hang with nothing but race warriors, essays.
What?
I said you probably hang with nothing but race warriors.
You don't.
This guy. You know this guy. He look like
You're funny.
Hang with him, bro.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, you sound like a race warrior to me.
A race warrior? What the fuck is that?
No, he's not. Look.
I actually don't believe in race. I think race is the stupidest thing that gets brought up all the time.
Mex is not racist. Let's get that understood.
Race was made up.
It is. He don't want to claim any race because he's from a multicultural.
We all are
a race of people, and his family's multi-racial.
Hey,
he's not racist. But the thing is, he don't want to believe. Hold on, let me finish. He don't want to.
He means that.
Hold on, bro. I'm 50 something. I forget stuff. What Mex's issue is, he's not racist. He just don't want to. I understand he don't want to give excuses about his well-being or lack thereof. But at the same time, he don't want to acknowledge the fact. He don't want to perpetuate. He don't want to perpetuate race is what it is. So he wants to counter everything everybody is trying to tell him that he's hearing about past issues that. Well, what are you doing then, Mix?
I
What are you
just
doing?
don't like. I hate racism so much that I won't even allow my friends to be racist toward other
Like I
groups of
said,
people.
like I said,
That's
he
just
don't
not
want to
cool. You
perpetuate
guys get on here and it's white
racist
people this, white
thought.
people that, white people this. What about white people that have never done anything bad to anyone? You're just putting them in a group of people. And it's like, be specific on who it is that you have a problem with. Is it Abraham Lincoln? Is it George Washington? Was it Billy Bob from 1948? Like, who's the people to mask this whole, like, there's this big system out here to get me. The white man's holding me down. That white people are inherently racist, whether they know it or not. That I'm gonna tell you what race you are. Like, that type of shit is fucking weird, bro.
That's not what we were talking about before you came on the panel. We were just talking about some history issues in
bro. This ain't the first conversation we've had, though, bro. I've heard Michael talk about it's important to have a black heavyweight champ to pretty much prove that the black man is superior being. I've heard this shit, so I'm not.
Though, Mick. That ain't what he
That's
talked
what I'm
about
saying,
tonight.
though.
You came in with a predetermining factor of you see who was on the panel, you heard a snippet of the conversation, and you want to come in and counter what they were saying, regardless of what they were talking about. That's what happened.
I've been listening the whole time.
I've been here for the beginning to now.
I was listening the whole time. I got the notification. I got the notification when Kyle first came on.
Conversation about what happened on the previous show. And
So,
guys
Mitchell,
are not really getting into too much in depth about deep racism. They just talking about the guy and his thinking.
Nah, bro, that shit was on the money when Mike came on here. Y'all weren't talking about that shit yet. I typed in the chat. I said, "Let's see how long before race start," and immediately race.
But guess
like,
what?
bro, every time.
Mike is the one that brought it up. It was Cal.
I brought it up.
Cal is the one brought it up, not Mike.
No, but I'm saying I know where I know. Bro, Kyle knows his audience. What else is Mike gonna talk about?
Check this out, Max. You in California, right? You say you use the word nigga all the time when you're talking to your folks, right?
Yeah.
Where does that word come from?
What you mean?
Where does the word come
from black people?
It comes from black people, right? It's a derogatory word.
No, it's not.
He answered your question.
It's not.
He asked you, what do you mean? He answered your question then. He has no knowledge of it.
Okay, no, because I was trying to make sure he ain't trying to bait me into an ER because the ER and the A ain't the same. So
no, it is. No, it's the same.
No, it's not the same. No, it's not.
Actually,
it's not the same. Fuck out of here with that shit.
The root of the word.
The word he was asking about is what he meant. He's telling you what he meant, Max. You ain't listening to
him. No, he asked me
if
I use the word nigga all the time. I say yes. So that's the word I use. I don't use ER. Nor do I allow anyone to use it in front of me. So don't try to mix them and make them seem to be the same thing because they're not.
Mix.
They're not.
Let me educate you on something. Real quick. When it comes to that N word, the first thing when a person of color points it out to a person of non-color and let them know that they don't agree with what they're saying, the first thing they say, I don't use the A, I use ER. I mean, I don't use the ER, I use the A. That's a racial thought process about that word, period. No black man.
Because everybody know not to say the ER.
No black man.
No, man, nigga.
That's because it's race. That's because it's race related. When you think like that, no black man. When it comes to that word, think about that. We don't like any person that doesn't look like us. Period. Using ER.
See, but that's the problem. That's the problem. You're either offended by the word or you're offended by the person.
We're offended by the history of the word.
No, because if that was the case, then you wouldn't even want to hear your people saying if you were so offended by the word itself and the history of the word. You pick and choose depending on who says the word.
Max, you said a black person started that word. First you said, I don't know what you mean. Then you said a black person started that word. That shows your lack of knowledge of that word.
Who started then? Who started the A?
That's why we white people.
Who started the A?
That's why we don't white people. That's why
white people started the A?
Yeah, they started the A. But, that's why we don't agree with the person of another color. That's part of the reason we don't agree with another person speaking of the word. Because see, we changed it up for endearment. We want to take the racism out of it, so we start using it amongst ourselves.
Okay.
Man, you know,
Now the main thing
I
is
looked at.
now the screw up.
So I'm
The screw
not
up
using it the same
we're
way.
not.
Is that what you're telling me? I'm not using it the same way because of my skin
Look,
color. So
look at me. I
somehow
look.
my dialect and the meaning
Look,
behind what I'm saying is different
look,
because of my skin color.
look, dog. I looked at my birth
Oh,
certificate.
you just admitted that you don't know the meaning of it. You
Look
don't know
here.
where it derived from.
Look at. I
I
looked
just
at my
asked you.
birth.
You said a white person made up the A. So who was it? And when was it? Drop game on me.
You
Say,
tell
look
me.
here, man. Look
No,
here,
you're
man.
the
Man,
one that said it.
like,
You tell me.
look,
Nigga
let me
and
tell you,
nigger
where I
is the
come
same
from, where I
thing.
come from when I was a kid, the word nigga was nigga. It didn't matter if it was an A or ER. And when they wrote it down on graffiti on the wall, it was Nigger in my neighborhood. Everywhere where I grew up at. The A started way on when somebody tried to make it cool. White folks
That's what I'm
want to put
saying.
it out there publicly and make sure and try to act like it's cool for them to use it. I didn't use the A. I didn't use the ER.
Yeah, but I'm saying so it wasn't white people that
Let
invented
me,
using the A. Is what my point is.
so where I come from,
Mix.
where I come from, you still get your head stomped in the ground for using. I don't care which one you use. You still get your head stomped in the ground.
Well, when I come from, you don't. And if you try to push that issue, you gonna be the one with your head stomped in the ground, and that's the difference.
You get your head stomped in the ground.
Hey, Mix.
And so be it.
Hey, look here, man. When I looked at my birth certificate the other day, it said race Negro. You see, they just started putting that shit African American or black, or even on the birth certificate.
Yeah, a few years ago.
Yeah, it used to say color.
I'm damn. No, mine says Negro. Race Negro. Parents Negro. Mom and dad Negro.
Sound like some Mississippi shit.
You understand what I'm saying? And look here.
That's some federal stuff, Mix, that you wouldn't know about because you use your youth.
When you use
birth
the
certificates
word,
aren't federal. Birth certificates aren't federal.
When you use the word nigga,
how much you want to bet? Hold on, bro. How much you want to bet, Mix, that they're federal? How much you want to bet?
Birth certificates?
That your birth certificate, your birth certificate shows that this country owns you. Period. Go look at it. Go research it. The stuff you don't want to know about in the past, go research the past on that.
No, I'm saying it's not federal in the sense of there's no U.S. government, nothing on it. It's the hospital you're born in, the state you're born in.
Every human being born in this country gets a birth certificate. That's not by state. That's by feds. That's mandated by the feds.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying not every single place that has birth certificate is going to put Negro or anything else other than. They get to pick what they want in their state or their hospital to put on their shit.
That's like a birth certificate saying Whitback.
Hold on. Newsflash. What do you call it when it's hold on. Start with a D. But if you have a lawsuit going in that's racially biased, what do they call it?
Discrimination. Defamatory.
Discrimination was orchestrated, taken over by the feds to let these other states know they're gonna present things a certain way to us, so we can mark our categories.
Exactly. That's the reason why we even got birth
race thing is about the census. That has a lot to do with the census that the feds keep up with. It's not necessarily the state. State follows behind the fed on that.
Every time you look at a birth certificate,
the state cannot put that stuff on paperwork without going through the federal administration and getting authorization for that.
I
probably
agree.
could at one time, they can't now.
I agree. We're both making the same point.
You said it's the state. You said it was the state.
No, I'm saying the certificate, your birth certificate doesn't look like mine. A birth certificate from Arizona don't look like one from California, don't look like one from New York. Yes, you're still in the national registry, but each certificate looks different and it's filled out differently.
Mix. Do you know why they started making birth certificates?
That they ask questions about.
Yeah, they do. But I'm saying in California, don't nobody have Negro on their birth certificate, even if you were back in the fucking 70s or some shit.
Hey, hold on a second, bro.
How you know? How you know?
I mean, because I know black people born in California back in the 70s, it's not on their birth certificate. I've seen color though. I have seen color though. I've seen color.
In the 70s. You ain't looked about birth certificate in the 70s. I know that for a fact.
Hold on a second. Look here.
I've seen colored on birth certificates.
I'm finna kill him right here. Do you know why they even started doing birth certificates? That shit based in Jim Crow and voting. They wanted to know how many niggas was in this motherfucking country.
That's it, right? So
Before
So,
then, it
so
wasn't even
let me
no such
understand.
thing as a
Birth certificates were invented only to know how many
That's
black
the
people were
only
in the
reason.
country.
That's the only reason the birth certificates.
This type of shit I'm talking about, bruh. This is
Because
I
racism.
don't agree with that one, bro. I know birth certificate shows ownership to this country. The origin where you come, where you're born at. That's what the birth certificate is. And the birth certificate is has a unstated value for an individual that's born in this country. So when you go to another country, those passports and all that stuff kind of what's the word? It's simplified. All your identities and all that stuff that let other countries know what your origin, your home country of origin is. Your birth certificate has a lot to do with that. Your birth certificate shows that you are a born resident nationalist of a particular country, this particular country, and you are owned by this country. It costs you to come in this world, in this country, and it costs you to go out of this country, go out of this world in this country. That's what I meant to say. Then you get a death certificate to say that life is over. We have no more ownership of that one. You pay to get in, pay to get out. Period. And that's some capitalism for your ass.
Hey, but capitalism has positives too. That's why we powerful, man.
Yeah,
like here's the thing though. I don't want shit to get twisted that I'm someone that don't believe in racism, because I do believe I'm someone that believes that racism will never go away. There will always be racism till the end of time. You're never gonna live in a perfect utopia where not one person on earth is racist. So I'm not saying that shit don't exist. What I'm saying is to pretend it's as bad as it used to be or it's on par with is some clout chasing shit. And that's where the frustration comes in. And especially from the panel of y'all, because y'all so deeply connected to this shit that it's funny to me that they're the same people trying to get clout from shit now.
But yeah, I hear what you're saying, because I know I've heard you say that before. But when I heard you say that before, but when you say that it's not as bad, it's not that it's not, you can't necessarily say that it's not as bad. It's just different. See, something can be the same but be different. You understand? And it's like, for instance, like if you driving your car and you hear the cops roll up behind you, you don't feel no way.
I do all the time.
You know, but it's a reason why you feel that way, and that's the point I'm trying to make. It's like me. I got my son, right? My son is young, and I got white people that I'm cool with. They got kids, and you see it all the time. Like when you see whites get in the same situation, let's say like with the police anywhere, a white person they feel like they have the right to talk to that cop, and anyway, don't have no fuck at all. None. I watched a video earlier, a couple of hours ago, this white protester respecting this cop. And he's protesting whatever he's protesting, and he was talking mad greasy to the police. The police tried to arrest him, and he took off. He started running, and then when he ran by this white cop, sergeant cop. And the cop was like, the sergeant was like, "Yo, what you doing?" to the cop that was trying to catch you. And he was like, "Oh, I'm trying to arrest him because such and such." And he was like, "Why?" And he was like, "Well, because he trespassed, such and such." And the sergeant shut him down. It was a white sergeant. He looked like the prototypical, what you would think just by looking at him, racist cop. And he was like, "Nah, there's a white dude though." He was like, "Nah, you're not arresting him." And shut him down. Made him kind of humiliated him in front of all his fellow officers and shit like that. Now, I was just imagine, I was like, predisposed to put that.
Did we lose Pigeons? We can't hear you, bro.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm hard. The screen cut off. I'm using my phone. Yeah, so when I'm saying that shit, I'm like, damn, if that was somebody black, would he have done that same thing? The chances are slim to none that he would have did that same fucking thing. You understand? And like as a
So when I hear you trying to like deny, especially whether you view yourself as American or not, reality is it's the other person that's looking at you and how they're gonna view you. Because they're gonna see somebody who looks like you don't look like a fucking Anglo. You don't look like a white person. When they see you, they're not going. So they automatically gonna have a certain viewpoint. And it's like with my sons, like I have to worry because I have whites that I'm cool with that got kids, and it's like they keep it a buck with me. I'm like, I don't worry about that shit with my kids like you do. I don't. He said, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't. That's not a worry. It's not something I worry about. Like, oh, if they get picked up, something really gonna happen to them and shit like that. Whereas somebody that's black, you do. You understand? You gonna shit like that. Happy experience those things myself. So when I hear you saying like that, like it's not as bad. It's still bad. Just because a few doors been open, don't mean the powers that didn't get to be who and what they are without being sophisticated in their movement. You understand? That's why they're able to keep this shit going for as long as they have. They're going to make the necessary, but it's still pretty much the same damn. That's deception to make you believe that it's something different when in all actuality it ain't really changed. So when you saying like it's not as bad, yes it is. You know why? Because motherfuckers still getting slaughtered out here. You understand me? Somehow, it's people still slaughtered out here based on that system of racism. Like I never forget when I saw a video a couple of months ago, and this ideology how they have blacks being so vicious and.
Huge.
Hey, you look,
no audio.
Hold on, yeah, I'm back. Hold on, let me get this on. Yeah, here you go. I saw this video with these brothers right now. These brothers was somewhere down in I forgot where it was at, but these brothers saw this little white baby on the road. These brothers was hood, typical hood looking brothers, and they had the humanity to stop, and it was them. It was 1,000 of motherfuckers driving by, but they stopped and went and got that white baby and took them off the road. Now, typically, the average white person probably would have saw those brothers and been scared to death of them. But they stopped and got that fucking baby. And they didn't give a fuck that baby was white. You understand what I'm saying? Because they could have been easily felt like, I don't give a fuck about that white motherfucking kid. But they stopped. And they probably would have been stereotypically looked at as them some hood thug niggas. But they stopped and got that baby though. You understand what I'm saying? So when you say
but those are just good people. That still has nothing to do with skin color.
No, but what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is that how the system is set up, they'll lead you to believe, and this is when we talk about the system, they'll lead you to believe that people from where we're from are the worst pieces of shit on the planet Earth. And it's like, and because the system has been tilted in such a slant against our group in so many ways, historically, you could easily feel like I could easily feel that a black person in particular, and many other persons of color could definitely feel a way about the so-called dominant group all the time, and be out here making life a living hell for them every day. But we don't. That's why when they worried about what we're gonna do to them, when we get in power, you ain't gotta worry about that shit, because we would have been fighting. We'd be fighting every day. Black motherfuckers would be fighting with every white person they see. If that was the case, if we felt like that, but we would feel justified in doing that shit. But we don't. But we not like that. It's not who we are. Because we were, believe me, it'd be living hell for white person in America every fucking day if that was the case. With so many black people, because even some of the most docile acting black people feel like that is some unfair things that go on in this country. So that's why when I hear you say that shit, it's like nah, like it's bad. Don't get it twisted. When you saying that, it's not as bad, it's still
but
bad.
I'm saying it's not comparable. It's not comparable.
Why?
It's not.
Why is it not comparable?
Okay, and this goes back to Dog Money's point he asked me earlier. when he said his grandma bled for this shit. And if you want to go back more generations, a lot more people did a lot more than just bleed for this shit. So to try to compare some shit like, oh, I can't get a big bank loan in 2022. Oh, when the cops pull me over, I'm scared. To think that that's comparable to people getting dragged down the road, tarred and feathered, set on fire, getting murdered in the streets, and no one gives a fuck if anything is celebrated. Like, that is not the same, bro. That's not. That's clout chasing. If anything, that's disrespecting your own ancestors and the struggle they went through because your shit is not nearly as hard. But you want the same credit. You want the same credit.
What it is, Rex? You know what? You got to understand. We understand that racism has changed. It's not the same like you just said. See, we know that's what racism looked like then.
It's
what
not
racism
as
looks
bad.
like now is taking. It's not as bad because you don't physically see people out being lynched and hung on a daily basis.
It's got a new face.
Alive.
And that is worse.
That's why you
that
say
is worse.
But let me ask you something. Same example, your daughter. If somebody takes money from you because some old law that they put on the books hundreds of years ago, and they find a way to take money from you that you worked hard for or you won in a lottery or whatever, and that money is supposed to be money that you look forward to passing on to your daughter, is that not a form of hostile takeover from a person who feels like they have might over you? Or
I mean,
organization
depending on the reasoning, possibly.
Hey, look.
The reason is because they have. You go back several hundreds of years ago and you research the laws they put on the book dealing with people.
And
you tell me how much racism was involved with those laws or not.
These conversations get frustrating because you find minute points that never fucking happen. Like, if this one thing would happen that never fucking happens, how would you feel? It's like, of course, I'd be mad about it. That shit don't happen.
Look,
I just told you. Hold on, bro. Hold on. I just told you months ago. It happened to me personally in my home city where I live. A white woman sitting behind a bench with a robe on, telling me who I am before she even knew who I was. Now, the sense
welcome to my world.
push the issue for me to get all that stuff handled the correct way. But she did not give me the opportunity to even speak. And she classified me as guilty before I even had a trial. Because I'm 6'2.5", black, and I'm standing in her courtroom. Now she don't call it the courtroom. She said her courtroom. That me and other people who pay taxes in that locality pay for. And you gonna tell me racism don't exist when I'm seeing her talk real casual and helpful?
Santos, I will say it again. I have never fucking said that. I've never once on this panel or anywhere in life said that racism doesn't exist.
Hey, check this out right here. Is anybody in here from the South?
Today.
Is anybody?
Yeah, I'm from the South. I'm from Nashville.
From Nashville. Okay. Nashville. I don't know a whole lot about Nashville. I know about Memphis though. So if you're from the South, first off, did you go to school with Mexicans, Indians, and Asians? Because I didn't.
Very few Asians, hardly no Mexicans, and a bunch of it was black, but a bunch of white, and there was very few Asians, maybe one or two throughout some years. And
I grew up in Mississippi.
Maybe one or two Mexicans throughout the years.
I grew up in Mississippi. First time I seen a Mexican was in Texas. And the point I'm trying to make is this the reason why those people didn't come down there. It was jobs down there. It's, it's economics. It's motherfucking farmland. You can have a goat. Because, Mexicans, they love them goats and shit. There's a lot of shit you can do. You know why they don't come down there? Because of the motherfucking laws. The laws.
Well, it was the laws. And I'll tell you another thing. It was the laws and the fact that Southern white America did not, they didn't like black people having jobs they felt they supposed to have, but they definitely want Hispanics having them. And so for a long time, many years, you didn't see that many in different places in the South. Now they're all over the place because some of the younger white people that were in control, that became in control, that took over their parents' organizations and jobs or whatever, and they started hiring those people because it was a low cost of labor. And when it come down to labor costs, that's a big part of your expense when it come down to your business. So they thought that they can have these people, because see, the black folks that got educated to the point that they knew how to use different organizations, NAACP and different organizations like that, to fight for them in court about being unfairly treated, about the ways that they were being paid. So they started using these Latin Americans, Mexicans primarily, because it wasn't Cubans doing it, it was Mexicans primarily, to do these labor jobs that they were undocumented, and they would pay them out of their pocket. I watched it happen myself as a kid, growing up, not so much kid, but like a teenager when it first started happening in my area, and for a long time.
Yeah.
And so then change. Well, so many of them came, they started forcing them through the system where they had to document themselves and whatnot. They started holding these employers accountable. So it changed a whole lot of stuff. And that's where we are to this day. But yeah, they didn't come down before that because, shoot, they were stringing up anything that didn't look white and that wasn't owned by them.
Exactly.
So, you know,
exactly. Exactly. Man, you get to talking about stuff like Jim Crow. You know, my grandparents were sharecroppers. And they come up under laws where if you didn't have a job or you wasn't working land for somebody, they put your ass in jail. You know what I'm saying? And our parents always taught us about it. That's why we talk about it now and teach to our kids, because our parents taught us the history. So you can be able to give yourself some kind of defense when they come at your ass again with the shit. And you see them trying to come at you every day. They're attacking voting rights, all kind of different, you know what I mean, rights, you know what I mean, for black people, whether it be, what's the one where you can get a job, affirmative action, any kind of law that, you know, kind of evens the playing field for black people, they try to fight it. The 14th Amendment, they can't stand that shit. You know what I mean? Because it gave black people certain rights. And then little dude comes on and tells me, well, why are you complaining? Y'all lost. Like, dude, crazy, man. I don't get it.
Let me I think y'all can hear me now. Let me say what I was trying to say earlier, and I was going in and out. A lot of the stuff that's going on right now is recent history. I know you guys were talking about the past, but I was talking about the GPS system that was created by a black woman. That right now there's a company called Trimble that's publicly traded on the stock market. If you look at that company, all that surveying equipment, what they do is surveying of the land and all of that, that company does that. And they make plenty of money off of that. And those families don't make any money off of that. Google is the biggest search engine right now that make the most money from those ads. The first search engine was made by a Nigerian man. Not Yahoo, not Microsoft, but Nigerian man. And if you go look at Google, if you look at Facebook, they just gobble up all the smaller companies, bully them, take their software, whatever they made, and then they make it capitalize on top of it. And the significance of that is if you look at all the big tech companies, it's less than 10% of black people that work there, where they monopolized and took over this stuff. They lock you all the way out of that stuff. And I know for a fact, because I was in the industry trying to get in that industry, and it's not that simple. It's not just your qualifications to get into that. They'll use words like you have to be a good teammate. You have to be a good role player. You have to, if that's not it, there's different situations for different things. We have more opportunity now, but the percentages are not in our favor. And even if you look at the Fortune 500 companies, and I think Best Losers will talk about this a little bit better. If you look at the capitalist system, and you look at the Fortune 500, the 500 major companies in the world, those companies are all run by white men. 90% of those companies are run by white men. 90%. 90. Not 80, not 20, 90%. They're all white men, 90%. So if the person at the top that's leading that company is a white man, you best believe that those rules are not in your favor. And even as of recent with Tesla, they've got a discrimination lawsuit And if you read it right now, it's real crazy on how that goes. What they've done, they stenciling, black slurs and stuff on equipment, locking people out of certain positions and keeping them out of certain positions. And this is a recent company, so it's not nothing that they just figured out by themselves. This is stuff that they've inherited. And Elon Musk did not make Tesla. Tesla was already in full effect when he came on board. They just weren't on the level that he's at. So he inherited that company and that culture, and he kept that foolishness going. So it's not just remotely isolated to one person. That's what business looks like in this society that we're in right now. And that's exactly what capitalism looks like. And it's something that everybody has to deal with, and we're unaware of it with our recent history. Not even just our last history, but your recent history of things that are taken away from you and opportunities that are stolen.
Yeah. That's one reason why I like listening to Dr. Claude Anderson. He break a lot of the stuff down, Powernomics and everything. And I also like listening to Neely Fuller because he break down language. You see, Musk, before he left, that's something that he needs to listen to Neely Fuller. And he'll get a better understanding of racism and even about the words and terminology that they use. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, it's a fucking whole code language. It's in everything. Racism is in this country. This shit's in everything. Every law, every fucking. It's like, man, we just got a lawsuit that made national news that a black couple was trying to sell a house. And when they went to sell the house was valued at, let's say, $150,000. They brought in a white couple and acted like it was their house, and the value of the house went up to like $250,000. That's racism. Just because some white people were selling the house, the value went up almost 2/3.
What state was that in, bro? Because I heard of a situation like that. I think it was 300-something thousand when it was known that it was black, and then it went up to like $500,000 plus when they thought it was owned by whites.
Yeah, I think that was.
What state was that in?
I think that was Texas. I think.
Yeah, it was somewhere out west. More than once.
It's happened more than once, though. It happened like 2 times. I heard about it here recently.
Yeah, the wife changed the photos in the house and all that kind of stuff. Made it look, like it was a white family, and a white friend represented the presentation of the house, and voila, it changed on the appraiser's end. The appraisal was lowballed. Was it an appraisal or was it a sale?
No, the appraisal.
Because I know.
The appraisal that led to the sale.
That's what I remember.
The appraisal amount that led to the sale was really low.
Yeah.
The appraisal amount, like you said, it was black people.
Yeah, it was the appraisal. Yeah, I saw that story.
The appraisal. Yeah. But remember, like what I was saying to Max is that, Max was committed to not understanding. So, it's almost like that young dude that got on the other day. When somebody committed to not understanding, it don't matter. You can have the road yellow and put them on the road. They're going to try their best to figure out why they're on the road, why you put me on this road, why you got my feet on this road. I don't like this road. Like somebody that's just committed to not understanding, you're not going to make that person understand. That's just what it is. Some people committed to not understanding, and that's fine. But everybody else knows what's going on in this world, and they see it. And see, Max never had no. See, I know me personally, and I know some other folks that are in that's still in that industry with technology, and they get locked out of certain positions, even if they even let in that position. And even if you in there, just because you're making more than the people that you know contemporary or as, it's not equaling up to your skill level for what you went to school for, right? And that has nothing to do with your abilities or your skills. That's just what that industry is. And there's plenty of industries where we're locked completely the fuck out. And those are the ones that you make your money over the long term. But I just think what you guys are saying, where everybody's contributing, is just good because it's a lot of information that's being flowed. I just don't trying to waste your energy contributing towards somebody who's just committed to not understanding. That's just a waste of energy.
Yeah, he felt like he was getting attacked personally. And that's something you run into when you're dealing with Asian people, Indian people. They feel like when you talk about Black history and the Black plight, they feel like they're getting personally attacked. You know what I mean? They personalize somebody else's issues. You know what I mean? Because they really feel like they white, if you ask me. You know what I mean? So they feel like they closer to the dominant society than what Black people are. You know what I mean? And like I said before, you know, hell, in one day, white people, Mexicans, Asians, they all classified as white people. This fucking minority shit didn't come through till benefits, till they seen where they could receive benefits from it. You know what I mean? And for you to sit up here and deny that Black people deal with racism, it's fucking up. You know what I mean? Just like that housing example. But if you mean the whole country, they people immigrated to the U.S. for fucking benefits. Just like the Mexicans ride them damn trains and walk through the desert. It's all about receiving benefits. Ain't nobody coming here for no damn land of the free, home of the brave. They come here to get something. But African Americans, we didn't come here to get nothing. We should be in a special category, a protected status, because we came here as fucking slaves. And we ain't been out of slavery number but what, 100 years? Shit.
We're still in a protective. We're still in a special category. That's why we don't get reparations.
Yeah,
that's why we don't get reparations.
Yeah, but you're not in that. When he talking about,
reparations.
Yeah, but what he talking about is definitely you're right, Santos, in a sense. But what I think he talking about is something different, though. You're right. But,
I know what he's talking about, but I'm just pointing out the fact that every immigration, most groups of people that come from other countries that are not of white descent, and maybe some of them too, but most of them have benefited when they come here in this country. Like he said, when the Asian, back in the 70s, when they infiltrated us with a whole bunch of Asian folks, they came in, they put them right in the projects with us in my area. Next thing we know, they were living in the suburbs with brand new houses that they hadn't even been here that long. Brand new houses. Wasn't none of us getting those houses.
But they put us in a group with them. They call it minorities, though. So that's the problem. They put us in a group with them, which is white women, which is Asians, which is Mexicans, and they group us all together and call us minority.
No, but look,
then they reclassify that group and pick out who they want.
No, let me tell you something. They already had this planned out for these Laotians, Thailanders, and Vietnamese and all them. When they brought them over, they already had it planned out. They put them in the projects with us because that's where the housing was. Later on, they building all these subdivisions up in certain areas of my city where I grew up at, where they were going to be black. There was certain neighborhoods that was going to be predominantly black suburbia, right? Even though they were on the inner side of the city. Next thing you know, they started building even more of them. They putting a bunch of Asians in them houses. Black folks couldn't even qualify for them. And I'm talking about working class black folks. Then next thing you know, some of them either had some of the better jobs that we've been trying to get for years, or they were given government assistance to start businesses.
Yeah.
Indians.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, I don't know about y'all city, but where I'm from, there's more Indians that own subways than any other group of people.
Yeah,
and they didn't just get that money on hard work. They got that money on the government.
No, but you know why though? Look at Silicon Valley, and you look at the major technology companies. Google, it's an Indian dude. Uber, it's an Indian dude. It's like 10, 15 big technology companies that are run by Indians, and some of them even related. That's how small and finite it is. And they have a college over there in India where they go get them. They sponsor them, and then they go, once they become the heads of these companies, they go get their people from over there, and they fly them right over here, get on the work visas, let them work for a year or two, and they right on in there, and they bypass you. And they're already making $250,000 right off the gate, straight out the gate. And it ain't about no ability or nothing. So now that just pushed the whole family up. Because when those companies hire them, it's not just the salary, it's the benefits that go into that. They're hiring them, they're giving them housing, they're giving them food, when they know that they look at that job and they say they're getting hired by Google or Facebook, when they go get a house, it's a low interest loan. When they go get a car, it's a low interest loan. Like it changes the whole trajectory of their entire life. Not to mention when they get in these companies, they're getting stock options as a part of their salary. So even if they work there for 2-3 years, they're getting 10-15% of their salary. And at 10% of your salary, when you're making $250,000, that's $25,000 a year that you're getting in stock for that particular year. And those companies do nothing but go up. So there's so much generational wealth that's being built in a short period of time. In a period of 3-4 years, they done bypass everybody on this phone, like by leaps and bounds, by just working at these companies. And if you look at most of them, if you look at YouTube and you look at Google, I used to work at Google, or I used to work at YouTube. They don't work there no more. They worked there 5 years, stacked their money, and they go on. But they didn't got so much benefit from being there and made so many connections, because not only are they working there, they go work at these smaller companies. And when they work at the smaller companies say, hey, you work at Google. You know what? I'm going to do all that, and I'm going to pay you more money. I'm going to give you more stock. So it's an infinite cycle that they're stuck in that we can't even get into it. So it's a lot bigger than just their salaries that they're getting paid. It's a lot of things that they're getting themselves into, and they get influenced into that. Because what happens is they get introduced to the venture capitalists, the people who got money. When you got a startup, when you got an idea and you need some funding, they got access to that fucking funding that you don't. They know the guy to call, and if you need a couple $1 million, he'll float them $10-15 million and give them 6 months and won't even put no pressure on them. Won't even think about it. For them to code out some shit. So they got access to everything, and they got everybody.
They had hookups like that, what you just said. They did have some people.
You got access. You don't have access.
We had made good, and they set it up.
Hey,
but at the same time,
it's some kind of way these Arabs get all these all these Arabs get these damn corner stores.
I'm going to tell you. That's why I'm going to tell you that the Indians is one I'm talking about. I don't know about Arabic, but the Indians that I know of and some of the Asians, those two groups that I dealt with directly over 20 years in the car business. Now they will work their butt off and they will earn their credit. But they were brought in, some of them way ahead of time, before I was an adult, and they had some benefits that were set up by the government that they were able to reap that were forgive money. They were able to get grant money to start different businesses and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know if the program continued or it was ceased or whatever. This is in my area, and people I dealt with told me this. Now, what they would do when somebody that they knew come into this country, and the Patels were very famous for this, because there was a lot of Indians last name Patel, and they weren't Patels before they left their countries necessarily. When they bring their fellow Patels to me, I said to this is my brother from India. Take care of him like you take care of me. If he needs cosign, I cosign for him. No problem. Okay. So what they do, hand in hand, they walk their folks through the process and give them the ups on what they've already learned before they folks got here, and they make sure they get taken care of, and they got monies already. All these folks got to do is come over here and make good for a certain amount of time. Then they get the government assistance, this, that, and the third, or they get a leg up from a person who's already made well and made a bunch of money, like what Pittsburgh was talking about. Or they get one or the other benefit. And but the one thing I will give them credit for, they went out here blunting out every day, all day. They wasn't drinking all day. They like drinking, not all day. They gonna work. They work.
That's a narrative. Hold on. We can't push that narrative though.
No. I'm telling you. Hey, hold on, bro. I'm telling you from my personal experience. They work their butt off, and they stay to the plan. And when they will work in their friend's hotel or restaurant until they get to a certain point, and then they get their own. They come and they work the plan. I got to give them credit where credit's due. We don't always do that. I got a brother. My brother still. It's
when,
still
when you
my brother's still mad at me to this day because I have never given him an opportunity in my business. And the reason being because he's not going to stick to the program. He's going to let his nightlife interfere with his day life, which is going to affect my dollars and cents of something I built. And I ain't having it. He's going to come try to tell me what he's going to do, what he's not going to do. I'm not having it. You see what I'm saying? We got to
yeah,
do better as a people.
but
We
you
got
know,
to stick to the plan.
you know,
What I'm saying,
everybody on here that played Monopoly before, right? And
Yeah.
you know, Monopoly, you get to shoot the dice, you pass go, you collect $200. Everybody know the rules to Monopoly. When black people left slavery, they didn't have nothing. They didn't even have a piece to play Monopoly with. They didn't have a car. They didn't have a hat. You understand what I'm saying? They had nothing. When they turned people loose from slavery, they turned them loose with nothing. No education. Most of them couldn't read. Most of them, you know what I mean? All they had was their labor, basically, was the fact that they had a strong back and they could work. That was the only thing that they had when they left slavery. But you playing the game of economics here in the United States, capitalism.
Every day.
We started out with an extreme disadvantage. Didn't even get to 40 acres in the mule.
By design. It was all by design.
The motherfucking white folks didn't even want to give us 40 acres of the mule, dog. So, you know what I mean?
The ones that gave it to, a lot of them, they took it back.
They took it back.
I don't know what he stole it. Yeah.
Exactly. So black people, you know, I feel like that's why I was saying about like reparations. I feel like black people should be in a protected class because of the things that we went through. You know what I mean? Through slavery, it still affects us today. You know what I mean? Anybody with the last name Williams or Russell or James, you know, what the hell was your African name? You have no idea. You know, you have no idea. You know what I'm saying?
Or your Indian name.
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to ever happen because even if you look at the companies that run this country, like I said, they're all run by white men. Every single major company is run by white men. If you look at the history of those CEOs that run these companies, like the one that's running, for example, Lowe's, Home Depot, FedEx, UPS, Johnson & Johnson. If you look at their history, that's not the first company that they're CEOs of. They just revolve. They're like, they take them from one company, then they hire them again at another company, and they say, oh, he was at Lowe's, he was the CEO, we're going to hire him over here. And the stock go up or down. They keep them same people, and they just keep recycling them. So those people that's been in charge, even though the times are changing, the people in leadership that's making the rules, that's in power, they're not changing. And they don't know a whole lot. So it has nothing to do with their like leadership and all that. That's a bunch of nonsense. There's no way that somebody could be the CEO at Lowe's and now you're a CEO of UPS and you want to make somebody believe you know what the hell you're doing. There's no way you know what you're doing. That's just all about based off opportunity. Those people at the top, that's how that stuff works. It don't work no other kind of way. Like there's a dude right now from Nikola, which should be electric. It was supposed to be electric semi-truck company. And this electric semi-truck company was supposed to be rolling out these electric semi-cars. But they had a date where they were supposed to have the truck. They was going to unveil the truck and they was going to show it to everybody. They were going to have this big unveil. Well, they had the date. They ain't had the fucking engine ready. So what they did, they had to unveil everywhere. Anyways, they had the truck all nice and pretty. They had it on top of the hill on the incline and got that motherfucker, drug it up to the top of the hill when they unveiled it and let that bitch roll down and let people invest in that shit. They knew that shit was a flaming piece of shit. And the CEO that was in charge of that knew that shit was fucked up. He made millions and millions and millions of dollars. Made the deal with GM. They got a partnership with GM. And what GM did is they put their engine in there. They never took that guy to jail. They knew it was fraud. They got shit that shows the man knew they was in fraud. So those games that they play with people's livelihood, with money and all of that stuff, it's a different, it's not just working hard. The opportunities are there and it's hard for them to fail the way that they have it on that higher level. The regular working man has a lot better opportunities. On that higher up level, when you can really affect change, that's very difficult because it's the same people just revolve from position to position. It's not moving around. And And if you look at the history of these people, from Mark Zuckerberg to Elon Musk, you look at the shit they're doing, and they have done to people. It's a lot of fucked up shit, and nobody ever says anything to them because they done created this narrative that these people are so smart and they're so genius. They will make you believe that Elon Musk created Tesla, and that's not fucking true. But if you listen to the narrative, it make you believe that he created Tesla, that he's the one that made the car, he's the one that made the rocket, he's the one that made the Neuralink. It just, it's the narrative they made. Same thing with Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg ain't create all that shit. They stole a lot of that shit. Either stole it or bought it, bullied them. Well, I mean, no, I mean, even the recent shit like Instagram, that was some shit that another smaller company made, and they bullied them and said, hey, look, you either take this amount of money that we trying to give you, or we gonna copy it anyway, so you might as well get the money. Because we gonna copy this shit one way or the other. It ain't nothing you can do about it because you a small ass company. That's what they do. And they've been doing it, and they gonna keep on doing that shit. So if you look at the recent history of some of these dudes, and these are young men, these ain't no 70, 80-year-old fucking men. They got that same fucked up ass mentality. That's all I'm saying. Like, at the top, it's kind of hard to affect change when these people aren't changing and there's no incentive for them to change. Even Elon Musk with that lawsuit that he has with those couple employees is less than, I want to say it's about, they wanted like $90 million, right? I believe it was $90 million. That company is worth billions of dollars. That little $90 million ain't shit to them. They just making a statement to say that we ain't giving you shit. That's all that's about. It ain't about no other thing because they got enough evidence to say that they wrong. And the court systems a lot of times give them a backdoor through that shit, which is a whole nother problem. All I'm saying is I just don't think, like, some things, yeah, we can affect change and we need to point out these things, but some of that stuff at the top is so dirty and it's so corrupt, we just have to recognize it for what it is.
Yeah, that's straight facts right there. Straight facts. Cause you right about the deception. Like, they'll make you believe, like you said, they make you believe that this person created that company, like he created Tesla and all that shit. They narratives, man. They deceptive like, come on, man.
I know a black man was one of the chief designers. Well, I don't know what his position was. He had a lot to do with a lot of the technology that went into making Tesla. He's building his own cars now.
Yeah,
and that was, I can't think of his name, but that brother. Yeah, that brother's parts. It's the car he built was presented by Master P and Lil Romeo on their internet page. Sometime last year. And give him some awareness on it. It's a nice car. So nice car. It's a supercar that he's designed. He gives out a bunch of qualified, bona fide information about his relationship with Tesla over the years. And Elon Musk told him if he was the black man, he wouldn't work for him. Elon Musk was saying if Elon Musk himself was the black guy who was coming up with all these ideas, he wouldn't work for Elon Musk. So the black man, decided after a certain amount of time, he paid attention to what he said, and then it dwelled on him, and after a certain amount of time, he decided it's time to go do his own thing. You don't hear about this guy's car,
right? Yeah, but Elon Musk from South Africa originally, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like they don't even say that part of it. Like, it's a lot of shit that's misleading with some of these people where they just make them out to be such geniuses, and it's just not that. It's a lot of false narratives that get pushed with us where we want to believe that these people are something that they're not. They're just not that. Because what happens is when you got that kind of money to push around, you can really lean on people and get them out of the way when they're in your way. Facebook is a prime example. That Mark Zuckerberg, or that motherfucker up, but you want to see some mean shit where a person just do some immoral ass shit, go look up some of the business practices of Facebook. They got some dirty shit going on. Because now they calling themselves Meta, not Facebook, Meta.
But if you look at the histories of
you know,
what they did,
part of that is where they want us to understand and believe that capitalism is the greatest system in the world to date. And when Mex said something about that, I was hoping to, you know, give him some intellect on that as well before he left. But they want us to believe that because it benefits them in a great way. Those that have the power, and I don't mean so much the government power, but which it has a lot to do with that too. But the ones that control this country and had a lot to do with what controls the world, which are these banks, which comes from money of the people that get the real money of the world. It's great influence. So yeah, capitalism. If you want to look at it that way, then yeah, it is the greatest system in that respect. But at the same time, there are better systems, and that benefits the man, the individual guy, the individual family, things of that nature. What you say, Pittsburgh?
Well, I was saying, look at Russia. America and all these countries got such a problem with Russia, right? But they didn't create these narratives about Russia doing this, Russia doing that. And at the beginning of that war stuff, they were acting like they were all going to get together and make Russia do this and make Russia do that. They can't control other countries' resources. And in their brain, they thought they was going to control them. And Russia came about for that war and made more money than they ever made because Russia supplies Europe with a large portion of their natural gas. They got a pipeline that run natural gas from Russia to Europe. And oil, they run a lot of oil, and they also do fertilizer. Those resources, they can't get them shit from nowhere else remotely close. So when they start fucking with Russia switched the game up on them. When they was talking all that reckless shit about what they was and what they gonna do, Putin told them, all right, cool, you wanna do that? Guess what? You ain't paying me no more US dollar. You ain't paying me no more euro. I want my, what is the ruble? They use something called the ruble over there. That's their currency. So now everything that you buy in oil from Russia, you got to pay them in rubles. So now you got to go change your money over, get the fucking ruble, and pump up their economy. And then, this weekend, I don't know if you guys knew this weekend they had the G7 meeting where all the major 7 countries, the major countries got together, and they was going to try to figure out how they was going to slow down Russia or put a cap on how much money they can make from the oil and the natural gas. So you know what Russia did? On Monday, they shut the fucking the pipeline down. They said the shit had a technical malfunction. Shut that bitch down. Crashed the market down and every goddamn thing. And after they did that shit, you hear them say another motherfucking word about that shit. So those capitalist systems, create control that you can't really disrupt them systems. Politics and the media have people believing some shit that they can do that they can't really do.
Yeah, if the powers that be had their way, they would do the same thing to Putin that they did to Gaddafi.
Yeah, they can't though. Yeah, they could. If they would, they could. They would have been
exactly.
to him. If they would, they could have been there to him. Yeah, they could have been there to him. They can't. They can't do
change
that.
the game up.
Russia ain't run like that. They can't get in there and do that shit. And
believe that they done definitely discussed that, but like you said, it won't be as easy to pull that shit off with him as they did with him.
And like if you look at it now, if you look at
best believe they tried that shit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Pittsburgh. Mm-hmm.
Well, look at the news that they have in Russia. They get something called RT News, right?
Yeah. I got that shit. RT News. I had that shit on. I follow that RT News.
Well, you can't really. You used to be able to watch the clips on YouTube.
Yeah, I used to watch the clips. Yeah, you can't see it no more. Yeah, I use my VPN.
Yeah, unless you got a VPN where it changes your geographical location, you cannot watch that shit ever since they started that war. Mm-hmm. So you're only getting the one side of that they want you to see. You're not seeing the other side of that shit unless you got a VPN. You don't know. You're being manipulated even currently about a lot of this fucking
worldwide news. You're just being straight up lied to. Shit crazy how bad they do us and how silly people are, because they really be talking about some shit they see on TV like that shit is like a true fact, when most of the shit you see on TV when it comes to world news is straight up fucking lies. Then we get the best visuals. Yeah, we just got to be careful when it comes to a lot of that stuff. The games that these people play, they're not going to stop. They're relentless with it. You just got to be aware of it. And then what happens too is like because of the slavery, because of the programming mentally that we have a lot of destructive tendencies. We'll be calling each other crazy names. We have so much aggression towards each other that we don't have towards other groups. And if you're going, it's like that battered child when somebody watch your kid and they know you beat the shit out of your kid or you're not watching your kid. Those are the kids that get molested the most. Those are the kids that get mistreated the most. Those are the kids that get any kind of abuse because they know they can get away with it. That's basically what we are in this society. But we don't look out for each other and everybody else is just picking off on us. And that's because of programming and some other shit that has to do with it.
Hey, y'all there?
Lord, I'm going through a bad spot here. You hear me, Santos?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
We lost Pugilist. We lost Pugilist.
No, he's still on the screen.
Oh, okay.
He's on mute right now.
Yeah.
He's on mute. Probably.
Nah, I'm still here. I had to make a call.
Oh, okay. Yeah, when Hughes get back on, he'll tell you about his. I don't know if he because I was on the call for a little bit. I don't know if he talked about the capitalist system. You know, he good at going in on that stuff. Did he talk about that, Santos?
Yeah. My brother is very thorough and all that, you know.
Yeah, but did he talk about it tonight with it though? Did he go over that already?
Okay. Not in depth. I touched on it a little bit, but he hasn't gone in depth on it. But you know, he's very thorough about that capitalism situation, and he'll break it down to his very last compound, of course.
Yeah, when you get back home, we'll get him to say his feel about the capitalism. I think that's very key. That's how business is run right now in this century. That's
yeah.
Why.
That's and you know what? That's actually part of the new racism that's displayed.
Yep.
And what I want to tell Max is that they don't hang you and string you up and burn you up anymore like they used to. What they do is they affect your bottom line, your money.
Yeah.
That's how they're depriving you of earning X amount of dollars. The amount of money you think you should or could earn, they're trying to affect that in any way they can, you know. And we don't mean the guy next to us when we say they or them, or when we say white people. We're not saying like the next guy next to us, because the next guy next to us might feel the same way we do, and he may be of white descent.
Yeah,
but the thing about it, we're speaking of the powers that be, the ones that hold the dice and control the dice. That's what we're speaking of. You know, my brother Taylor Bell, we don't. What's understood don't have to be spoke. But hey, Taylor Bell understand what we're talking about. He know where we come from, what we're saying, and he know we don't mean no disrespect or flight to him. It's just a matter of what's factual is factual. You know, Taylor Bell's he's about help educating people that he know or he comes in communication with on how to, you know, get by in this society. And him and any others like him, you know. But that like that guy that came on the Fred show, which I wasn't on the show, I didn't listen to it. I'm just going by what was presented here tonight. That guy, if he said some of the stuff that they said he said, he was very well lied to, if that's what he believes. And so a person that's been lied to all their lives, made you believe something that's untrue, they don't know anything else. And that's what they're going to present, the untruths that they've been taught and that they've learned to believe in. So, you know, it is what it is. Just like, let me tell you something. I know a lot of biracial families. Well, the biracial, I mean, you know, black and white. I'm speaking black and white primarily. And the white parent, whether it be the wife or the husband, understands that their kids that they love have 9 times out of 10 have a darker complexion and have pigmentation that they don't share in themselves. You know, their kids may be melanated more than likely. And if they have boys that look like they could possibly run into some situations in the future, even those white parents feel like they have to give their child the talk. And and we as black people, we understand what the talk is. We understand that most of us have gone through growing up in life where our parents or someone in the elder state that we're related to has given us the talk about how to carry ourselves and what to look for and what to watch out for out there in the streets, and taught us what the ethics should be for us when we get pulled over by the police. And you know, it's not just the police, but also how society is going to treat you, how the workforce is going to treat you. And I mean, black parents been doing that for years, but even the white parent who decides to go into this unity with this other black person to create and conceive children, know that eventually they're gonna have to give, if their kids come out melanated, much darker than them, they know they have to give their kids to talk one day, because they're not only.
So let's not skip over the interracial. I think that's another component of this that we never really get on, how those kids get mistreated by us and they get mistreated by white folks as well. And that shit very confusing. Yeah. So stay on that. So go ahead, do your thing.
Yeah, they as he said, they do get treated. They get treated wrong by some blacks, a lot of blacks. They get treated wrong by a lot of whites. And the thing is that some kids don't experience the mistreatment at all. Yeah. Prime is I got a little white grandniece whose mother is definitely black. Grandfather and grandmother definitely black, but her dad is white. Her pigmentation is more white than black. But of course, she's being raised by a black woman around 2 black sisters and 1 little black brother. All she knows is black. No more than when she's around her father, which lives in another city a few hours away. I don't know how often she sees him or not. I had never met him before in my life. Just heard of him. But the thing about it, this little girl, she's growing up in this black culture. She's going to identify black, but she's going to be told you're white. She can pass for both. You did, because when we know someone is of us, we accept and receive them. The majority of us do. We accept and receive them, even though they look like the other side. And the reason I bring that up is because there was a movie that was a documentary of this young lady who grew up with a white mom, white father. The white father was of Italian descent. White mom, American, I forget what her family descent was, but she's been all-American, Jersey-like type for years. And I wish I could think of the name of it so I could tell y'all. Well, anyway, I watched it last year, I think, or the year before. And the young lady was always melanated. But she was light, very light, bright skinned, you can tell she's got a little drop of blood in her. And, we as black people, we can see our blood a lot of times in a person, no matter how light they are, we can see our blood in them a lot. And we'll tell them, hey, What's up with your parents? You look like one of me. You know, some of you look like some of me. You know, you didn't get that. You got to have some of me in you somewhere. You know what I'm saying? But she's been told all her life she was white. Period. White descent, everything. No one mistreated her in the family. They all treated her as equal. But she always felt the same way, like something was thrown off. Then she get out of school and she goes to college. The white organizations, they kind of shunned on her. The black organizations, they received her with open arms and they try to educate her, help her, understand her hair texture, different things like that. Then she started wondering why she felt more comfortable around the blacks that she's never been around in her entire life versus the white kids in white organizations in college. Turns out, long story short, because her mom and dad, they end up getting a divorce. But turns out this young lady had a black father who was presented to her as a really, really good friend of the family. And so the father started getting a little suspicious over the years, even though he was believing it was his daughter for a long time, but he had loved her for so long, he didn't want to change how he felt about her. But he split up with the wife. They never discussed it with the daughter, what happened. And the father was understanding that he thought that she was darker than him because of his grandparents. He had a grandparent that was of dark complexion. That's an Italian, which, there's information about some Italians being dark complected or being black people, of black descent or whatever. Anyways, so he always felt that's why it was still his daughter and it was his blood, blah, blah, blah. But when he started feeling like some truth was coming out, he started finding out some stuff, found out that his wife had dated a black guy before they got married. And they got married while she was pregnant. Brother had already knocked her up. Her and the brother used to work together at a recreation park. No, it was actually in New York. It was in New York. And she went on to, she went on to live that lie for years. And I forget who helped brought it up, but the girl, a lot of people kept, the family, I think maybe some of the adults in the family was wondering what the truth was, but they kept it covered up to protect the young lady. But in college, she learned about black this, black that. Folks telling, no, girl, I'm telling you, you got black blood in you. She started asking questions, started finding out that that man was her father. That man died. She went to the funeral, her and her mother. So, her mother knew everybody just about, that was of somebody kin to that man. The man had family and other kids and everything. And she kind of favored, and she know them as her sisters and brothers now. But the thing is, she was never treated differently until she got to college. And it wasn't by her family. It was by some others who understood they didn't see their blood in her. But people of color did see their blood in her. So, but the others saw her blood in them, or their blood in her, but her blood had been tainted, is the way they like to put it, with the black blood. So, we get into situations like that, then she started feeling some type of way about her ethnicity and things of that nature. Now she's got full understanding. And the thing about it, she was mostly always attracted to black guys. And I think her boyfriend at the time was biracial. And he knew she had to be biracial. And he tried to explain it to her, and he helped her understand it. And she, put the pressure on to find out what was going on and find out she was actually biracial. Anyway, but sometimes we're hard on biracial kids than we need to be. And they get it from both sides sometimes. And sometimes they don't. But sometimes that biracial child may be one of the racist person of African descent that you can run into. They can be the lightest, but they can be the I'm talking about Let me tell you something. My stepson that I helped finish raising, he's 36 years old now. Both parents are African Americans, but he is so light. He is so light. Well, I ain't gonna say he's so light, but he's very light complexion. Cannot stand white people. And guess what? He made a child. He made 2 kids with a biracial sister. And I understand why. She's cute, nice little figure on her and everything. He thought she was part Indian, but nah, it's biracial. White mother, black father. Kids, they look biracial because he's very light and she's light. The kids identify, even though they love their grandmother who's white, they identify black. You know, my grandson, born on my birthday. Now, these are not my blood grandkids I'm talking about. It's from my former marriage. My grandson, he's about as tall as I am now, 16 years old. Some gonna say that, hey, white boys over there, you know, it's white boy, this white boy. You know, he don't say those kids over there. It's white this, white that. You know what I'm saying? If they ain't related to him, he don't care nothing about him. I promise you that right now. You dig? So it's the craziest thing because I can't. I'm sure he didn't learn that in his mother or his grandparents' household. He definitely didn't learn that in my household. But he's about like his dad. Real talk. And I don't think he's around his dad enough to get that from his dad. I think he just, I don't know, maybe so. I don't know. But he feel about like white kids like his dad do. And so anyway, I'm just saying, you know,
let's stay a little bit there though. Since it's like remember that okay, the dude that got on last night that was younger that was talking all that reckless shit. Like the younger folks, they not really sitting up under the older folks to hear and to learn. Wait, they're not doing it. They feel like you don't know nothing. And they get out there and they get their hands out and get kicked in the butt, pushed down and thrown in the water. Then they come running back when they got a problem. But a lot of that, you and did what you did, that's on you, but you knew better. When you got yourself in a situation, more than likely you can always point to an aunt, an uncle, a family friend, somebody telling you, hey man, don't do that. Even when you're doing some shit that your parents couldn't pick up on. You know, you always had that uncle or somebody who could be figuring out what you're doing. Like, hey man, I know what you're doing. Don't do that. You know, you always got that kind of encouragement. You had enough respect to not, you know, be bucking up at them. That kind of left. That's a big problem with the youth that's coming up right now. So they bumping their head in a lot of places that they don't have to bump their head. When it comes to finances, when it comes to law, when it comes to the way that they even the way that you carry your aggression when you go to work. That is number one way of people getting fired and losing their livelihood, is not knowing how to handle conflict when they don't get along with somebody. You can't put your goddamn hands on nobody. And if you put your hands on somebody outside of work, it's probably not going to go the way that you think it's going to go. Because everybody ain't up for fight. And you don't know who packing and who ain't packing. You have no fucking idea nowadays. Everybody carrying just about. And I know that's carrying. Saying all that talking and jumping up and down and screaming and thinking because on the internet that's what people do. People don't do that stuff in real life. So I think these young folks have lost the sense of what's real out here and where the sense of direction is, especially the young men, because they're being influenced by people who don't look like them and they're following a model that's
hold on. All right, Philip. Be safe yourself, my man, and we appreciate you always coming through supporting, bro. Appreciate you. All right, go ahead. I was just Philip is checking out, and he was saying his salutations to all of us, so I just wanted to send him off the right way.
Let's pugilist. You on here, man? You on here?
Yeah, he's on there.
I just got on. Pick my son up.
Yeah, can you
It's a three amigo. It's a three amigos.
Yeah, you got time to do your capitalist break that down for us, man. The way you break that stuff down for us.
Well, simply with capitalism, man, what it is plain and simple. It's just hold on. I gotta pick my son up. It's private, basically private business. You know, as opposed to private business having control over the economics as opposed to the government. That's really what it is. That's the simplest way to explain it. And like I said, this is why they're so here in America. You got a lot of private business owners, just like those Fortune 500 companies you talked about, which is primarily, as you were absolutely correct, 90% owned and head by white men. That and those corporations control. And plain and simple, they didn't want to control the country, because they put money pockets of the politicians that they want to control, and benefits from what they need them to do, governmentally speaking and shit like that. And that system, which they put in, and is pretty much at the center and the core of so much of what goes on in this society. They control pretty much
that has a
everything.
lot to do with why Donald Trump ran for office.
They control everything, man. Really, like on a real talk.
You there, bro?
Yeah, my phone be going dark. Yeah, it just started out with those guys that used to be millionaires to billionaires now, and their families are the primary families that's still controlling the system to this very day, from the Rockefellers. Like I said, like I bring up to something that you see commonly across the country, like a Chase Bank. And people like that, like these people, the families, these sometimes you hear the terminology used, the 1% that you hear using, capitalists, and they control so much of the industries, down to the government, as well, about what goes on in the society. And like I said, it's private business, privately owned businesses, and they dictate the laws and all the things you see that go country, and obviously it does go back to chattel slavery, which was the whole country's business at one time. Because like we were about the South, but the whole country at one point, what was America at that time, up north or the South was engaged in practice. North just got out of the business first, before the South did, but the South was still reaping. That was their main industry, and the benefits from it. So, and they were becoming very powerful with that. And ultimately, business, as all things in America, Hold on. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, because my phone, I only got my phone. I'm talking to my phone. I got it set for like a minute, so it'll go dark if I'm not holding it. Yeah, so when it comes down to
we're still waiting on you.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. So when you talk about when you hear people talking about, Abraham Lincoln did this for the slave, they ain't do that shit. It was business, man. As all
Yeah,
things
see,
are,
Jones, you're right,
ultimately.
man. United States is a corporation. A
It's a
capitalistic
corporation. Yeah, United
corporation
States corporate.
in a
Yeah, it's a corporate
capitalistic
entity,
system.
man. Yeah, it's a corporate entity. It's set up and it's set up as such. That's why you have the president. The president is the president of the corporation, and you have a vice president of your corporation. This is the way you traditionally set up a corporation. You have president, vice president, treasurer. That's all it is. It's a corporate. It's a corporate entity. You know. So capitalism. You know. That's why you have capitalism. You know, plain and simple. And it really does is the underlying governing force of everything in this society. It's that invisible hand that you really don't see, but it governs all of this, everything. You know, and it's just everything you see down to the smallest little country. I mean, town, hick town. It governs all that shit. From the biggest city to some small little hick town in rural America.
Even the way that they run the police force is based off of money.
Yeah, all of that shit. Everything is governed by that.
Yeah,
Revenue. It's all about that. It's all about that. You know, every iota.
See, yeah, even when you like, you want to, if you wanted to get some coochie from a chick, right? And she the type of chick that she feel like that's the way she need to earn her living. If you would, prostitute, hooker, whatever you want to call it. She charges a little change for it. You pay her some money for it. Y'all have a sexual transaction. I mean, y'all complete. She completes a sexual act in lieu of the money that you're giving her. That means, you know, at that point, you've made a agreement for a service that she provides. You paid her for a service she provides. All right. Now, in this country, if two people come together and one says, "Give me that coochie," or "Give me that mouth," and the other one said, "No, I don't want to," and then the other one uses their might and force to take advantage and put themselves inside of that other individual in one hole or another, however it go down, you've committed rape, which is against the law. You can go to jail for, you know, up you probably 40 years, depending on state you're in. But the laws are on the books. Now, you and that woman that made an agreement for her to act out this sexual act toward you after you've given her some money. Well, in a capitalistic environment, you know, that's okay because you're paying for a service that you won't render to you. But by law, they say it's illegal as far as prostitution. Why is it illegal? Primarily because it is so hard for the government to tax sex. That's why it's so illegal. Now they're pulling it off in some countries, and there's a state that's pulling it off. But they want the vast of the government system wants. They want some money from every. Anytime this money gonna be transacted for a service, they want a piece of it. They want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 10% or whatever.
Now it depends. Now if you are one of the Fortune 500 companies, then that rule that slide down. Like for us, when we the schmucks, we gonna pay because you ain't got no tax attorney or nobody to fight. See, when they go mess with Google or Facebook or them talking about some taxes, they got to deal with 30 lawyers. They ain't doing that because they ain't gonna get nowhere and they gonna waste all their resources trying to beat them, and they can't beat them because most of them is ex people that work for the IRS, so they can't even beat them. And it's not even worth their time. So they just rather get a whole bunch of us, and when they send you that letter, you just gonna sweat about it, but you gonna pay. And it ain't gonna be that much resistance. You might challenge a little bit, but you're gonna pay. And that's gonna be the result of it. That tax system is not geared towards you. It's geared, and especially upon the Trump when they made that new tax law. If you don't have an S corp, you ain't getting the tax benefit. You don't even get the tax benefit from being married like you used to get. They kind of like they zeroed everything out, and they just gave you a standard deduction for a lot of stuff now. We used to be able to itemize. Now you're getting a lot of standard deductions for things that used to not just be a standard deduction. So a lot of that shit that changed, or like that's usually saying, a lot of that shit, everything is geared towards corporations. It's not geared towards small LLCs. It's not geared towards you just putting zero down and paying more taxes. That's not what that's geared towards. That whole entire system. And when these people
Now, I'm not telling y'all to go out there and get your prostitute. That's not what I was getting at. I'm just trying to let you know a lot of things, no matter if it's a service that's provided for some money, or if it's a product that's provided for some money. If they're not getting if they're not getting a piece of it, and I'm talking about some capitalism now. If they're not getting a piece of it, the government, it's a problem. Yeah. And if it's a problem, the only way they know how to kind of slow that problem down and scare you into giving them that portion of the money is to lock you up, keep you from either reaping the benefits of making the money, or keep you from reaping the benefits of getting the service or the product. Yeah. The government's got to have this. The government is that organization in your city or your neighborhood that tells you that if you want to operate on this block and make some money or enjoy yourself, you got to pay me for it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's simply put, man, like that's capitalism. It's just trade. If it's any form of trade or industry, but it's privately owned, by privately owned. So industry or trade or things of the such, but it's privately owned as opposed to the government controlling that shit.
As long as the government get their cut out of it.
Yeah, it's privately owned, but you gotta remember, even with that, the government is still a business.
Yeah.
You understand?
Absolutely.
The government is a business too. It's still a business, and it's a bunch of motherfuckers like that. The government is a corporation. Like I said, they hire a president to run the corporation every 4 years, and the vice president, treasurer, and all that shit. Yeah. Secretary. They got a secretary.
When we were kids in our neighborhoods, there was always a lady or a guy or some household in the poor neighborhoods that sold snacks and things of that nature out of their house to make extra money.
Bootlegger.
No matter if it's alcohol or if it's snacks, it's bootlegging.
Yeah.
If it's bootlegging when the government don't get a part of the cut.
Yeah.
That's what it's bootlegging. All right. Now, if there's a family or individual who does those type of that runs those type of businesses successfully for years and years and years, all it takes is for somebody that works within that government system say, hey, I know a lady or a guy or a family. They've been doing this since I was a little bitty kid. They've been selling snacks, they've been selling freeze cups. We used to call them freeze cups. Or they've been selling pickles and cookies and all types of little candies and snacks and things for years. They made a good living doing that. That's how the kids went to school and they got their new school clothes and all this. They bought new cars this way, this, that, and the third. Well, if a person exposed that situation, and let's say you got a person working for the IRS and they talking about it, they heard this, they witnessed this, really? Well, we need to check that. All it takes is one individual in the IRS to say, hey, which is the U.S. Treasury. We need to go investigate that. We ain't getting our money. government ain't getting their cut out of that. Next thing you know, they want to go ahead and threaten these folks with locking them up. They want to threaten them with an audit and all this kind of stuff. And if they ain't got the money to pay back after the audit, you can go to jail.
But let me say that about the IRS. Now, Wesley Snipes. Remember the Wesley Snipes case? Now Wesley Snipes, he does not prepare his taxes. Let me repeat that. Wesley Snipes does not prepare his taxes. He pays somebody, and it's one of them firms to prepare his taxes. How did he go to jail and the person who prepared his taxes didn't go to jail?
Because he's individually responsible for his taxes himself.
Yeah.
That's the main reason. But at the same time, it don't seem to be right if you're paying a professional to take care of your taxes.
No. But Centos, like that's like you going into a divorce attorney, right? And you pay, and he ain't going to no regular firm, right? So it's like you going to Johnny Cochran or below that to get represented, and you get in court and get railroaded. That don't happen. You well prepared for what's coming ahead of you. Some people know what they're doing. They use a lot of those elements of the government as a tool to get at people when they want to, as a form of
absolutely. Because like we said, absolutely, because those things are brand, like all pieces and parts of the entity, which is capitalism. What I mean by that is, see, within capitalism, you can break off and do different forms of that shit, like tax, like they got this, like we got your income, your income state taxes and all these, your personal taxes that we do yearly, right? Now that's a newer thing in American society. That hasn't always existed like that. Like most people don't realize that. That didn't start. No, your taxes, like when you paying your taxes, your taxes, that's not, that has not always existed in America. No, your income tax, that's a newer thing in America. Hasn't been there from the foundation of what is the United States of America. That was implemented years later. That was implemented a couple of hundred years later, and around the 1900s, like in the 1920s and shit like that. Like, but prior to that, it didn't exist. Only. Hold on. Yeah, prior to that, the only people who paid taxes in America, believe it or not, was like the landowners and shit like that. Those type of people. But would you have that personal income tax that we now pay? Didn't exist. You know, but that was just some more way for them to come up and get paid.
Yeah.
Hold on.
But that's how they was able to go away from the gold. Because once they went away from the gold that we no longer have, they can say, hey, we ain't got no gold. We be guaranteed to have this many trillions of dollars coming into the corporation every year, which is the United States. We guarantee, we know we're going to have this money coming in. And when we don't have it coming in, we're going to hire more people to do more audits to make sure we get this money coming in. So that's what our dollar is backed by. It ain't backed by nothing else. Because we got a hell of a amount of debt. But they can guarantee that we're going to have X amount of dollars pouring in every single year. They already counted up and accounted for it. They know they're getting that money. Because there'll be no other reason for any other country to take our money, because we don't have any gold, anything backing it up besides that. So they got to keep generating that dollar. And every couple of years, you'll notice they'll get a new president, and when the new president come in, they have a bigger budget for the IRS, and they audit more fucking people. And they ain't auditing no big companies. They auditing regular people, small business owners. That's what the fuck they audit. Generating that revenue, keeping that money going. They're trying to keep that gravy train going. That's what taxes, that's what that whole court system, with the bail system, that cash bail system they got, which is fucking ridiculous. With the probation shit, where you get out on probation and you got to pay to be on probation now. You got to pay to be in these programs. Then you paying to go to jail. Like, all that shit is generating revenue. There ain't really too many facets of the government no more where you're not fucking paying, unless you at those bottom rungs where you really got no income. Those people ain't paying nothing. They're getting a lot of handouts, we say, but their lifestyle living ain't that high. They didn't hit the ceiling. once you get down there, it's not that easy to get up out of that stuff. Those stories is very few when you get down at that bottom level like that. And those folks, I'll give you another example. Like right now, within the last probably like 8 months, the stock market been terrible. And people who aren't affected, who don't realize that your level of the way that you benefit from this corporation is drastically different than somebody that's involved in the corporation. You're not really benefiting on the other end of that. You're not really seeing those type of benefits, so it don't really make no sense to you. You're missing out on a lot of those benefits because you're not really involved like the way that you should be involved. And those people that sow those seeds that are at that middle to upper level, they reap those benefits later. The people at the bottom, they just keep getting. But when it comes time for them to stop working or actually benefiting from the government, their quality of life, it never really elevates. It just levels out. It just stays right where it is. It don't get no higher.
Yeah, we lost the brother.
We lost Cruz? Oh man. Yeah, he said he was riding. Yeah, you don't really get those benefits. Because you don't have nothing to pass on. You ain't got no job. You ain't got no land. You ain't got nothing to pass on. So every generation keeps starting over from zero, starting all the way over. Everybody starting from zero and working their way to the top again. And that's a bad business model, and you hoping that things go right for you. And that's a difficult situation to be in. A lot of these other groups, they not doing that. They don't start from zero. Real bad spot to be. I think that for us, especially these young people, I think especially young men, the biggest problem they have is conflict resolution, man. They don't know how to deal with shit. When it's not going your way, you don't know how to deal with it. You think you're supposed to put your hands on somebody.
Well, they didn't learn how to deal with it because it's not on a PlayStation.
No.
Or an Xbox.
No. You can't be running up on nobody doing that stuff, man. They don't even work in it. I mean, in the job environment, you probably gonna get fired and arrested at the same time if you do that craziness at a job. Even if you're working for yourself and say you were trucking, you going in the rail yard or business acting like that, they're gonna arrest your behind and fire you at the same damn time. It ain't gonna work out good for you.
Yeah.
So that conflict resolution, these young folks got to figure that stuff out, man. You're gonna have to figure it out one way or the other. Figure it out one way or the other. Did you see that Savannah chick that Clarissa Shields fighting, saying that she basically did the max. She didn't want to talk about race. It ain't nothing racist about boxing. She did the same shit.
Because you want to talk about race. I mean, facts. You want to talk about facts.
Yeah, she didn't want to talk about no race. It ain't had nothing to do with it. She did the max. Same shit.
I don't think her fighting Clarissa Shields has anything to do with racism. I think she's going to show the world she can bring Clarissa down to knock the two by beating her.
Yeah, but it's always got a place in boxing. But boxing is that's you can't just because you don't like to talk about it. That boxing and racism go hand in hand. That's just what it is. I mean, the history of boxing, it just says that's what it is.
You're right. Yeah, but she might be legit about this is about boxing, not race, because I think she has a partner in life. You know, she's part of LBGT, GT or whatever, you know, the alphabet group. Which, you know, she figure they all are minorities.
Yeah, but they don't mess with black people like that. I give an example. Since if you find a gay man, right, and he black, he gonna holler he gay before he black. He'll get real mad about that gay shit. He ain't gonna get that mad about black shit like that. They identify with that stuff. Their identity to that is deeply drawn in. It's not the same situation. I mean, more power to it. I just don't think that you like certain industries. That's just part. That's what's someone in the industry. Not saying that you caused it. Not saying that you're part of it, but that's just what's there.
Yeah.
But I think when you take offense to it, like sometimes people get offended by certain stuff instead of them just listening. And they get offended because in their brain they're thinking that you're calling them racist, so they got to shut it down. Like, I ain't racist. What I'm listening to this for? Nobody's calling you racist. Just calling it how it is.
Yeah, let me say,
don't
shout out to,
go ahead.
Shout out to, you know what? I just realized what I was about to say. It didn't have anything to do with what we were talking about.
Well, that Rockman situation.
Did, but it doesn't.
Yeah, but that Rockman situation, like that situation right there, that dude fucked that shit up big time. That's not the same. You know, every situation is not the same. That situation there, that brother fucked that shit up royally. The way he handled it, from the beginning to the end, he fucked up that opportunity. Some situations we can call it out for what it is.
Yeah, it wasn't racially biased. It wasn't racially biased, but it was game. It was gameplay though.
No, and but that's
yeah. The negotiations the stipulations that they put in the fight, that was gameplay. I ain't gonna say it's racist at all, but it was gameplay.
No, but that's his fault because he didn't seek the right counsel to guide him through that. That's his fault. And if it wasn't favorable to him, we should have never accepted that deal. That's like you taking the job when you ain't gonna make no money and then complain about the job because you ain't making no money. Why did you take the job? That's what you agreed upon. You shouldn't agree upon that. You know, and grumble and complain about it the whole time. That don't make sense. Don't screw yourself over and then complain about it. Because business is cutthroat. Business don't have no emotions. It don't have no feel to it. It don't care about your family. It's about getting the most out of you for the least amount. That's what business is about. That's the way it's always been. And you have to set those things up for the right way. Some of that stuff we just got to take emotion. Emotion and business don't go together. When you signing contracts and stuff, and you don't set up that stuff the right way. Because you can look at the record labels and you can say just as many black record execs that screwed over more black people than anybody, and they black. You got people still hollering for their masters and this and that, but they done got screwed over and they ain't making no money and poor and broke and everything else.
I don't think we have any black-owned distributing companies.
You got the minors. So you got minor labels. Yeah, you got minor labels. Some of the minors might have a percentage of that.
I'm not talking about record label. I'm talking about distribution.
Yeah, they have. Some of them have a percentage of the distribution. Some of them have a percentage depending on the artist and how they set those contracts up.
Yeah, I don't see how you can have. I don't see how they can have a percentage of distribution when they don't own the district.
Because some of them sisters,
that's a service, basically. And it come with networking connection.
No, but they can still have a percentage of distribution because that label might be a minor label that might be part of a bigger label like RCA or something like that, a major label, where they might have worked out a deal for that particular artist where they get a small percentage of it. That's the tendency of them getting that artist. Yeah, they can do it. They didn't need it before. But they ain't really bringing right that deal. No artists like that. That's not how that's going. But that's their fault because they need to learn the business side of that. That's like your company. You had to figure out the business side of that. If you don't make no money and you're working all day, you're busy all day, but you ain't making no money, that's your fault.
Yeah, it defeats the purpose.
Yeah. Yeah, you just doing stuff. Everybody don't need to be no business owner either, and everybody can't do stuff like certain stuff you just know you're not good at. You need to at least have enough knowledge where you can seek out the right people to guide you. You can't just trust everybody with everything. you get screwed and stuff. And I done had more black people try to do me in when it comes to contractors and people come to your house, fix things, and mechanics and this and that, to anything, man. I don't know what it is about black people, what they try to do, take you and just run the check all the way up to the sky on you. You be standing there looking crazy and think you're supposed to keep coming back for that kind of foolishness.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
They be looking at you like, and they think they winning because you paid them, not knowing that's the last dollar you're going to get from getting paid this time, buddy, but you ain't getting me no more.
Right.
I just go over the corner here to these people, man. I ain't got time for this kind of foolishness right here. And then, it's bad when some of them charge you depending on how their pockets look, how much money they made. That's what they charge you based on. There's something that running. We got a lot of people that run the business right, but the ones that do it bad, but they just leave a bitter taste in your mouth when your own people do you like that.
Yep.
Ain't good. Ain't good at all.
Yeah, man, my brother was telling me, I know he's asleep now, but earlier when I got started, he was telling me about some kind of spot we should have been getting a little like some cake from or something for his birthday, belated birthday.
Oh.
Yeah, his birthday was the 24th. I called him, wishing him a happy birthday when I was in Florida, but nothing like peace. Yeah, man. Starting to get sleepy.
Man, that's what you want to do is just keep on rolling up them birthdays, man. This stuff getting tough out here.
Say it again.
I said this stuff getting tough out here, Santos, man. I want to get some Clorox.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that shit's like $7 for a gallon.
They got it done.
That was at Walmart. So I can only imagine, that's cheap as you gonna get it local. That's cheap. You go get the shit. You don't get too much cheaper than that. $7 damn.
Unfortunately, you're right.
Yeah, man. Goddamn. Got to wake up, man.
Yeah.
I gotta wake your boy up, man. But he be over there sleeping and shit.
Well, a lot of it has to do. Well, I'm speaking from the commerce side, the goods and services. A lot of it has to do with logistics. Like, they had to start paying me an extra amount of money to do deliveries earlier this year because the fuel prices went up.
Yep.
So what happens with that? It trickles down to the product, the cost of the product.
Yep. That's still policy though. It's still policy because a lot of what was happening with the bottleneck, a lot of those goods they were stuck at the port over there in California. So I don't know if you ever seen the specials that they be doing on that stuff in documentaries. They had those containers, and when they take them off they take those containers and they stack them up. Man, they had them shit stacked up so high, like the fucking lights that they had in the yard. The fucking containers were stacked up to the damn lights, man. And they had to get a special exemption just to stack them that damn high. But they still we got these DOT hours where we can only work so many hours a day, and they don't have more trucks. So instead of them trying to push the hours up, working with the unions, doing some stuff to actually loosen that up, they did nothing. There was some stuff they could have did that they didn't do anything to free that stuff up. We don't control the country, but we could have controlled, see who control we control. We too busy worrying about what other people got going on instead of us controlling the stuff we control. It shouldn't have been as bad as it is, and it was. It should have never got to that level. Should have never got to that level. But that's Biden and his foolishness, man. This man still he lost with a lot of this stuff, man. He doing college with that $10,000 stuff. I don't see how that's helping people right now.
Yeah.
I don't see what they got to do with anything, man.
That's all screwed up.
Yeah, he ain't helping. I mean, he didn't create it, but he damn sure ain't helping it. I tell you that. And he could lift those tariffs too. He could lift those tariffs that Trump put on. Remember, Trump put tariffs on everybody. He put them on Mexico, Canada, China. Every fucking body was getting tariffs fucking with Trump, but the dude didn't care, man.
No, he won't. Yeah, he wanted to stay over here. I remember at some going. He was on one of them shows, one of them late night shows. He was talking about how he didn't want product coming in from other countries into our country without paying a toll on it.
Yeah.
And dude, he was on there. They were looking at his tie. They said, "What kind of tie?" They said, "Oh, it's a Trump tie." And where are you making those ties at? Mexico. Or was it China? It was one of them. It was either China or Mexico.
Yeah, the red hat suit was in China. Red hats was in China.
Yeah.
Hey, you know who used to have me down last? Remember Dick Gregory? That was like his last couple of years on the earth. God bless him. He would say that it was two Trumps. It was one Trump, that the real Trump was the one that had the red tie. The other Trump wasn't the real Trump. You never heard him say that?
No, I didn't get that joke. I've heard some other people say that, but I didn't get them.
Yeah, you know, Dick Gregory used to go on YouTube. He used to be on this guy's
Dick Gregory, well, he was intelligent about everything.
Oh man, yeah, you get up under him, you learn some stuff. What's the dude's name? All BTV. He used to get up under him, and he'll make these phone calls. You can hear audio of him talking, man. And he breaks some stuff down the way he can break it down. I think now he kind of like now he's doing interviews with Joe Brown, Judge Joe Brown. That's who be on there trying to reveal some stuff.
Who's doing that? Who's doing the interviews with Joe Brown?
I forgot. It's a lady now. It used to be a guy, which used to be All BTV. Now it's a lady. If you just type in Joe Brown, you'll see him pop up.
Okay. Joe Brown. Oh shoot, and then there was one. C. Jones, what it do? This is it. This is where they all left for us to come here and major corporations. Four major corporations own all these businesses. So they get double tax breaks. Clarissa to lose because she black. If she was Ronda Rousey, the world would cheer on. Yeah, got some got a point of view there. What they don't like about Clarissa, it's a black woman speaking her stuff. You know, they don't like that, bro. Think she's supposed to keep her head down and all that old crap, you know. But speaking, she got 2 gold medals. She said she gonna speak her truth. Get that? She don't serve her country in that way. That's her way of serving her country. Bringing them 2 gold medals home. And rightfully so, Clarissa. But look, folks, I'm gonna get off this horn. I mean, off this thing. I mean, looks like it's only me and one other person that's still on this thing. I guess C. Jones. I'm gonna turn this here off. I guess C. Jones still on here, but anyway, C. Jones, man, thanks for all of your support. Shout out to you, Philip H., Deuce Times. This was in that joint. You guys, Philip, Deuce, and C. Jones, y'all doing a darn thing these last few hours. Shout out to there's some more in here. No, Reggie Owens was here earlier. Shout out to my brother Reggie. Kevin Absets, Boss Red. Let's see, who else we got here? 7th Sense. I know you wanted to get on the panel, but Cal had shut it down on his end for the night, so we're able to get you that help. Snacks B. Shout out to Science. MXBC Killer. MXBC Killer. Read Article 2 of the Mexican Constitution. That's what all the conflicts between Mexico and the U.S. have been about. Okay. Shout out to Ben Israel. Mixes his name. Mix out. He used to call him Mix instead of Mix. Ben Israel. 817 he came through. Mike came through. Pittsburgh Pugilists. Jamel Kirk, I see you there, bro. You came through. Midnight Rider, shout out to you. Thanks for the support, Gabriel Gaming. We got LV Slugger. I forgot LV Slugger was on there. And shout out to Taylor Bell, bro. Let's see. I think Mark Nash came into the chat in the beginning of tonight's show. Let's see. Yeah, he was in the chat. Right, Mark Nash. And is there anyone I didn't call? Isaiah Felix, okay. To anyone whose name I did not call, charge it to my head and not my heart. Mention no ill will at all. Just probably, didn't see your name in here. I try to shout out everybody that came through the chat. Oh, Detroit came through the panel as well as the chat. So, like I said, head, not the heart. Signs of the Times, TV headquarters. Shout out to them. I'm trying to get out everybody. Anyway, we're going to call it Ill Status Boxing. What up, my man? We're going to shut it down for the morning. Shout out to everyone. May peace be with you and your family. Come back and kick it with us the next night. And until then, in between time, until then, in between time, you get your thing and I get mine. Also, we don't mean to try to encourage people to be racist. Our goal is to point out things that have affected us as a society as well as a people, and not just Black people, but any person, any racial group that's been affected in a negative way and some positive ways from things that have happened in the past. It's more of educational when we're talking about it. But I admit not one of these guys that I have dealt with on a personal basis that were deep down racially biased. I don't see that. But anyway, just wanted to educate and speak on some things that we all think we should know. Sometimes, of course, we love to talk about boxing, MMA, and different sports when we come over here, football. But sometimes you got to have those conscious conversations about what's going on. You dig? Anyway, till next time. Adios, Jachas.